Almost had it. Almost started the stream off well. Forgot about YouTube. My bad. I love you guys. Honestly, truly my bad. Welcome, Rogue Duck. Yo, I like to see a name that is just reliably there at the start. Good to see you, Rogue Duck. I saw you a few minutes back. Wait, is the camera glitching? I thought we fixed the camera. No, it's still glitching. Dang it. I reset the BIOS. I thought it was good. I was looking at it. I was like, yes. But it's not okay. What is up, though, folks? How's it going? Welcome, Garden. Welcome. Come in. Please file in. It's a good day. It's a Monday. It's a monthly report day. Ooh. Best days of the month. Zortoza. 07's my friend. You know, I tell you what, if this was a garden, and it is, Zortoza would be one of the OGs in the back mixing the compost that keeps the whole garden alive. You know, not all running around doing a bunch of stuff, not super loud, but we're freaking reliable and keeping this place living. Thank you so much for always being here, Zortoza. Good to see you. Reese, Morgarth, Drazen, hello, my friends. How you doing? Arthur, good to see ya. Punji, hearing them toes. Hear the toes coming. They precede all of the rest of the worst stuff to come. Holson Coop, good to see you. Thank you so much for the sub, my friend. Good for resubbing. 20 months. That is almost 2 years. It's almost 2 freaking years, dude. I'm blown away that that's a thing. Wow. Appreciate it, dude. Oh, it's good to see you all. Zombie, how you doing, 07? Why are you and Morph talking about other games? Believe it or not, CIG does in fact pay us to pretend like we like other games as well. That's so that, you know, as they fund us continuing to say random things about Star Citizen that obviously we don't believe on our own, we also come off a little bit more believable. You know, my fellow kids, have you heard of the game Final Fantasy 14? Also seems to be doing pretty well. What do you think about that, gamer friend? So we get together every once in a while. We just brainstorm, you know? What game should we pretend to like this month? That's how it be, though. Connor, late to duck. Arthur 07, Arthur 07. Bob Maluga, how you doing? Good to see you, Jay Bird. Welcome, people. Halston Coop also doing 19 months on YouTube. I didn't even know we had YouTube memberships that long ago. Thank you so much for continuing that membership. And Watermoon, thanks for becoming a member today on YouTube. Enjoy those exclusive videos. We just had another one come out last week. It's very fun. It's a very fun video. I quite enjoyed it. HT Plays, good to see you, Brian. Welcome, Waniel. Nice to see another returning face. Well, I guess name, unless you guys can somehow get your faces in here. Love watching some Space Tomato while doing some quant mining. Ooh, gonna learn a little bit while you play a little bit. I like that. Bad Karma, good to see you. Yeah, show camouflage. I heard, yeah, Final Fantasy 14 is a good game. I see Punji also has picked up on the strategy. Yes, of course, Punji. Final Fantasy, yes. MMOs, of course, love them. They're great. Elden Ring, play whole lot of Elden Ring, you know? Man, I just have so much diverse experience to also relate to Star Citizen, which is the, hold on, check my notes real quick. Best space sim ever made. So, yes. It's a good year. Where's my freaking slipper? Sorry. Come here, slipper. All right, y'all. I am excited for this monthly report reading. What I'm going to do this time is I'm actually going to start a timer here on the screen. It says go to sleep, but it won't once I start it. I'm going to start this timer down here. And if I could get a good mod, my great mods, I appreciate and love you. Whenever I switch a category on the screen, if somebody could write down the timestamp that's on that timer, that would help a ton, because then I can timestamp this on YouTube for anybody else who wants to watch this later, and I think that'd help a bunch. It's an experiment. We'll try it out. If it doesn't work, well, at least we tried. Jensen B, thank you so much for subbing up and getting us started on the sub goal today and getting a raffle started for the people and making me a happy tomat. Thank you for the support. Much love. It's an old pic, but your face is in your icon. The icon's so small. I'm not gonna lie. In the icon picture, you look kind of like Nathan Fillion from Serenity. I can't. It's really, I don't know. It's a good picture though. Love your videos. Keep up the work. Thank you, Shane. Appreciate you. Thanks for coming through. iMonster, how you doing? Rakasan, G Sharp, all the goods. Do we have broken YouTube alerts right now? Is that what you're telling me? Whenever you re-up your subscription for it, it might take into account on Lamia. Oh, you're talking about Final Fantasy. Great game. Yes, I've never played it before. All right, so before we get started, I'll explain how this is going to work for anybody who is new, who hasn't seen this before. This is my monthly report review. We usually do it the second Monday of the month, but CIG was kind to us this month, and they got it to us a little bit earlier. So we're going to go through the whole section: AI, animation, art, content. We usually skip the community section: engine, features, graphics, lighting, locations, narrative, tools, QA, everything. We're going to hit all of the progress from the last month. I'll go through detail. I'm also going to have my own set of archived footage from various things that CIG has released, and these will give us a few different examples of the things they're talking about. When I have it, I'll show it. Oftentimes I don't have it, but on top of that, I also have a few of the previous monthly reports here when they reference that kind of stuff, and the progress tracker, because we want to check out what's going on with these features when they actually are happening. So let me start first by getting this song out of this playlist, because as much as I like this song, it does not fit in the playlist. So please leave. Please go away. I can't find it in the playlist. There it is. And bye-bye. Oh, that was the wrong song. Dang it. Shuffle, YouTube. Can YouTube Music not shuffle music anymore? Is that against your programming? Stupid. Okay. Seriously, it won't shuffle. It'll loop the same song over and over, but it won't shuffle. What is wrong with this? Huh. It shuffle. Oh, I see. I see what's going on. It doesn't. I'm so dumb. Oh, I'm so dumb. It doesn't stay lit up when you shuffle. It just shuffles the music, and then you're supposed to know that it shuffled. I didn't realize that. It doesn't do anything to show you that. I'm just a little silly. Been playing SC after Lost Ark and consumed you. Good to come back. Lost Ark. Man, yeah, Drazen loves Lost Ark. Okay, let me go ahead and get the timer started, folks, and we'll get started on this review, yeah? Thanks for all the good mornings and hellos. I appreciate you all coming in here. And away we go. Start the timer, and the timer didn't start. Okay, hold on a second. Stand by, guys. I gotta make sure this timer is actually working. Save to file, live stream. Timer. It's this weird, so I'm actually using two different programs. One of them is creating a timer on my server, and the other one is reading the timer from my server. And since I disconnected my server, one of them doesn't know where to find that timer. Let me just reset it real quick. Oh, this is annoying. There we go. There it is. Okay. there's our time in the bottom corner there. So if anybody could just hit that timestamp whenever we switch categories, that would help a ton. Appreciate y'all. Okay, here we go, counting down, and it should start there. Good to see you. All right, it'll start counting up in a second here. Should probably also record. Okay. So, oh God, it doesn't show the, forget it. Gosh, these programs are just so dumb. We're just going to go with it. So today, we're going to go over the monthly report from beginning to end in full detail with all of the supporting footage that we have, concept images we have. We're going to reference old monthly reports. We're going to look at the progress tracker. We're going to see what they're doing with Star Citizen. If you don't like that, I've got a shortened version coming out at the end of this week. If you do like it though, stick around and maybe check out the stream every month, actually. First Monday or second Monday of every month we do this, and I think it acts as a good way to give people some more context as to what's actually going on in this game, because the monthly reports do way better than the roadmap. So we're doing it live. Let's go. All right, chat. We're starting with AI. The most fun, the most impactful and incredible part of the game. All right, AI content says throughout May, the team focused on improving the visuals of general AI locomotion. The animation director identified locomotion overlays and fidget as a vital area of improvement. So the team authored 40 new overlays, including scalp scratching, knuckle cracking, and stretching. I actually got to do the mocap. Those are all original. The overlays build on the walk cycle work completed earlier in the year to provide more visually pleasing AI locomotion. You know, this stuff like immediately, it immediately makes me think, oh my gosh, why are they working on this? But like, you gotta remember that every game does this, right? Every game works on locomotion stuff. It's just, you never hear about it. I wish you did. I really do. I'd love if they were like, oh, so like a couple of weeks ago, we worked on locomotion for Starfield. More context. Give me more context. Alongside this, AI content began using the dynamic conversations tech recently delivered by AI Tech. AI Tech goes to AI content, and then it goes into the game, which allows groups of AI to spontaneously begin conversations. The aim is to have this implemented across a variety of usables. 3 use cases have been created so far: the 4-person mess hall table, the idle spot, and the arcade machine. And you can actually go back through here and track this stuff that they've been working on. So it went from AI Tech. Sorry. So this is the March monthly report. And I believe in here we can find... okay, it might have been the February monthly report. The one I didn't have pulled up. Look, my freaking browser knows exactly where we want to go. AI Tech. Here we go. Dynamic conversations. Team exposing functionality for activities to mark up areas where NPCs can talk to each other. Using usables, routing functionality retrieves all possible participants and then dynamically spawns conversations relevant to the available characters. I think they talk about it a little bit more somewhere else. But anyways, so this is AI Tech, right? This is a super, I think, important thing to grasp, at least by how they do AI. They were talking about this in AI Tech back in February. And then in March, I'm not seeing any real mentions of it. I do believe they talked about it. Maybe it was up here. I don't know. So I don't know if they talked about the conversations in March, but then if you go to April again, and you go to AI content, they talk about, so it went from AI Tech in February to AI content in April, where they say they've got the new dynamic conversation tech to work so that characters can systemically converse with others while utilizing usables. So it's moved from one team to another, right? And now we're in May, and it's moved from AI content still to AI content. They're still working on it, but it goes to show the way that it progresses from this team, which it always sounds kind of conceptual when they're working on it, to the AI content team who kind of starts talking about the actual ways it'll be used in game. I don't really know if that gives any context as to how far away it is from coming into the game, but it is cool that it's making progress pretty clearly. Did I see the latest roadmap? What do I think of the BMM? I don't think it'll be finished this year, no. 500 subs in the last 3 days. Yeah, that new video is doing very well. Surprisingly well. Hey, it's Yamez. How you doing? Good to have you here with us. All right, on to AI tech. They worked on spaceship functionalities, including several improvements to quantum travel and quantum boost. Now, ships can accelerate while spooling before the actual jump. This functionality was also exposed as an assignment for missions. We'll touch back on this because there's more about this in the monthly report, but I'm actually working on a small video to talk about this more because quantum travel sounds like it's changing quite a bit. The team also cleaned up and activated several feature test maps into the game dev stream. These maps were validated to ensure the team can better track features that might be impacted by the changes of different teams. For subsumption, focus was on improving the usability of editing conversations. The internal representation of the GUID and super GUIDs was improved too. Sometimes they just throw these terms in there and I'm just like, oh, okay. Building on last month's work, feedback was addressed regarding NPCs pushing trolleys. We did see that in here somewhere. NPCs pushing trolleys. Yep, here we go. Interacting with trolleys, which was also mentioned in last month's report. And if we go in there, yes, you can see also NPCs moving trolleys. They like to reference themselves. The team now have better control over what forces are applied to the trolley by using an angular and 2 linear PID controllers. They also improved the exact positioning logic at the end of a path and added stuck detector usage. Oh yeah, the timer never started. Let me take that off the screen. Stupid timer. Yeah, dumb timer. For human combat, an initial skeleton of the defend area assignment was implemented to allow the designers to specify areas that NPCs can use for their behaviors. For example, guards will use this to understand which zones they should patrol. I guess this would definitely work with the nav mesh, but I'm really wondering how this can be applied to remove no-fly zones, you know? Tell NPCs that if somebody goes here or does this, warn them twice and then shoot them. Instead of having just random invisible walls and stuff. Because players pushing trolleys works so well. At least they can control NPCs pushing trolleys. We push trolleys and we just freaking we'll throw a trolley in a spaceship and then fly that spaceship into the city. NPCs will just like scoot it across a hangar and be like, "Okay, boss. All right." Occlusion calculation was restored to stop NPCs from ignoring hidden enemies while shooting, which will help them preserve ammunition and prevent individual targets from being overly targeted. How many, by a raise of hands in chat, how many of you have seen an NPC just sit there and shoot at the wall because there is a target behind him? Oh my gosh, NPCs are dumb. Just the silliest. Hey, Jensenbe, thank you for following as well as the subscription. I didn't even see the follow. Thanks so much. The team also improved the friendly fire validation and can now assign different factions different behaviors. This includes bad guys only trying to preserve the life of their group, while good guys also trying to avoid hitting neutral factions like civilians. So like Ninetales would probably be much less likely to care about where they're shooting, whereas security would. I don't know if I've really noticed that in a game before. I think because most of the games I play don't have civilians in them. I think a game like GTA would probably be a good example of how that works, but one of y'all might know better than me because I haven't played that game in a long time. But do we have AI that are usually pretty good at discerning things based on their faction? Floors more than walls, yeah. They'll be shooting at floors too. Haven't seen them shoot the wall, but I have seen them endlessly double tapping a down gang member. Yeah, they love to shoot dead bodies. They're quite rude, these NPCs. Several fixes to the usable code were added, including one causing NPCs to use usables they were not authorized to use. Bad NPC. Like when the janitor NPC picks up the keys to the constellation. You're like, hey, that's not your usable, sit down. They also extended the usable code to allow them to set up slotting functionalities through loadout entries, allowing them to access item ports not exposed directly in DataForge. Yes, of course. For example, setting up a Gladius as a usable with varying inspection usables depending on whether missions are equipped or not. Let me read that one again. For example, setting up a Gladius as a usable with varying inspection usables depending on whether missiles are equipped or not. This is they also extended the usable code to allow them to set up slotting functionalities through loadout entries, allowing them to access item ports not exposed directly in DataForge. Nah, see, rereading it over and over is not really doing it for me, but we got raided. Croncy! Croncy's bringing in the freaking... Whoa. Ooh, Croncy raideroo with a lot of 07s. I love the self 07, actually. Welcome aboard. What do I call you? Cronsites? The Croners? What's up? How y'all doing? Wait till you get to the engine section. Oh, trust me. I've already written the script for my video for this. The reason I'm stumbling over this is because I initially was writing the script and decided I didn't want to figure out how it worked. Ooh, the concierge. I like that. That is... Oh, yes. Oh, that is f***ing gold. I love that. How y'all doing? Good to see you. Were you playing some Star Citizen before you came in here? For anybody who's wondering what the heck's going on, we got rated on Twitch. A lot of people just came in here to join us for this monthly overview. For anybody who just jumped in on the raid, we're currently doing a monthly overview. And this is of the May monthly report. We got supporting evidence from April, March, and February monthly reports. We got the progress tracker. We've got most of the video clips from the last 3 years of ISC. We got a lot of stuff that we're looking through and going through to get a really good handle of what's actually been going on in the development recently. And if you're interested in knowing more about that, getting more educated on all that jazz, please stick around for a bit. Grab a squash, you know, chill. I don't know why squash. There's squash in gardens, so I think I just saw somebody say squanch. Kronk the squanch. Yeah, but no, really, everybody who wants to, please file in, sit down. It's a good Monday. It's a good time to learn. I appreciate everybody who did come in. Is that talking about them being able to inspect hatches like the fuel port next to the pilot ladder? It might be that. It's certainly talking about exposing item ports. I just don't know why that's specific. Being bad boys for the first time. Oh, were you running some piracy stuff going on? What's up, Joe? Good to see you, Hex, Joe. Going back, sorry, to what we just read on the monthly report. I can't exactly explain what they just said, but I believe I have a good graphical implementation of what they're talking about, which is this. So, yeah, actually, this will be better. So, everything is an object, right? And in this example, they mentioned a Gladius having... Man, do I not have any of the ship itself? No, that's corrupt. So basically, like, let's say instead of... Oh, hello. Instead of Rover here, it said Gladius. I believe what they're talking about is exposing the other things here to the developers to be able to use them, or at least to the game to be able to see them. But the idea is always that every vehicle is kind of its own thing, and it has little nodes that come off of it that denote what it can be attached to. And those things always need to be tracked and imported in. So I think maybe what they're talking about is those are the loadout entries we're hearing. And the Gladius can now do something. That's it, you know? Is a Squadron 42 report, they talked about making the rear fueling port a usable. Ah, okay. Gotcha. So it's making these item ports actually usable. Anyone see constantly getting the looting bug? Ooh, I've heard about it. I haven't seen it in my own gameplay. Makes sense. They've been putting in a lot of tools that interact with other tools easily. Yeah, you know, the tools and the tool stuff. Okay, let's move on to AI vehicle features, because like AI tech is cool, but we're all here for the ships, right? So the AI vehicle feature team completed the Flight AI tool. This enables the developers to control and set up specific AI scenarios across various ships. Sounds like a Squadron 42 kind of thing. They're currently porting the new dive attack maneuver to the combat pilot AI, which allows reckless and aggressive pilots fighting against capital ships to dynamically choose the maneuver when required. Sounds like a super Squadron 42 thing. They also made changes to the way they apply backwash thruster effect, as it was negatively affecting AI. Now, it controls forces by the size of the ship's surface, so smaller ships have less of an impact on larger ships. I wonder if they were having like some kind of a problem where... Yeah, I don't know what kind of problem they'd be having where that would have been a thing. That's weird. You're tracking timestamps? Don't... Oh, thank you, Drazen. That helps us freaking ton. Thank you a bunch. Hey, don't even worry about switching off the different AI things. Just focus on the non-parentheses words. If that changes, then we change. Like art, features, let all of that be its own single category. Makes it a little easier. But thank you, Drazen. OG Drazen. VIP, or the MVP. Thank you. They also made changes to the... Oh, I already read that. So we're on to animation. All right, so in animation. For the PU, the facial animation team finished off performances for various in-game emotes, worked on a new mission giver, whoop, and created the facial animations for female vendors and male and female workers. Yo! Yo, 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 yo. Check this out. Another, the mission giver. It keeps popping up, right? We saw talk of a mission giver, I think, in animation last month. Yeah. Here we go. Facial animations for a new mission giver. That's very important. That's super important to see. To be quite honest, we all want better missions, right? We're all looking for more things to do in this game. But when it comes down to it, the missions that are going to matter are going to be the mission giver missions. And to know that they're finally working on mission givers again, for anybody who doesn't know what mission givers are, let me take you back. Let me take you back in the history books. All the way back to 2019. Let's see. Here we go. I think she might have been the last one. Yeah. All the way back to 2019, my friends. Freaking 3 years ago was the last time we got a mission giver. And she still has the best mission in the game. So... You know, a lot of my OGs out there in chat, y'all remember Tessa Bannister. Best missions in the game. You know the investigation mission at Covalix where you have to do the investigating. One of the best missions in the game. These are the better missions. And the fact that they had to put mission givers down, I think probably until server meshing was working, was disappointing. But I'm really, really glad to see them regularly talking about them again. Yeah, it could be the Pyro mission giver, Krantz. I mean, that would make the most sense, right? They did have a couple of mission givers in the pipeline for Stanton that they never got to do. One of them is in the game, actually. He's a bartender at Microtech. His name's Eddie Parr, and he'll serve you drinks. But there were also two other mission givers that were supposed to be made at Orison who were advocacy people. So maybe they're holding off on them. Maybe they're going to bring in Agent Dooley as a mission giver, but it does seem like they're focusing again on trying to get into this stuff. It won't matter until we hear about the narrative team getting involved, though. A giver for the derelict settlements. Who knows? Maybe the roaming... What were they calling it? The roaming arms dealer is a new addition that they're bringing into the game. Maybe that's a mission giver. Anna's character's supposed to be at Orison. Okay, so maybe then the advocacy people Because they had, what were their names? Orison Mission Givers would probably make them come up. There were two of them. Yeah, Devin Bautista and Lisa Gibbs. So these were actually already, not the real person. These were already mission givers that were planned for the game. They had their concept art done. Whoops, don't say that. They had their concept art done. They had some backstory. They were supposedly advocacy agents that you could go meet in Orison. I'm wondering if they're going to move them aside now. Game looks interesting. I might check it out. Is it worth picking up? Not really. Not yet. I think it's worth trying for free. They let you do it for free multiple times throughout the year. But right now, I would say no. Don't pick it up if you're not addicted to this kind of game. Would likely be in one of the vacant offices on Stratus. That'd be a solid spot. So yeah, I'm wondering what's going to happen to these two. Because they didn't really start talking about them again. Anyways, also... never mind, that's not that important. Dually like from the UEE missions? Yeah. If you enjoy pain and paying $45 for pain, then get it. Yeah, you gotta be a special... I mean, this is a very, very cool game for people who like space games. But... it's still an alpha. Like, it's still very frustrating to play. It's still not that fun for, like, just as a general experience. So... I think that if you are the type of person who's willing to jump into Space Engineers for 400 hours, yeah, you're going to get a kick out of Star Citizen. But if you're like, if you came from No Man's Sky and your next space game is Starfield and you're looking for like an MMO, you got better choices than Star Citizen. Just hold off, you know? It's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere at this point. You've paid $45 for worse and less engaging games, though. That's true. And like... that is completely true. I would prefer to come at it from the opposite angle. I'm always going to err on the side of caution for people who are coming into this. You could definitely do worse with $45 in the game industry. You could do worse with $20 in the game industry. Star Citizen's got something really special going for it. But as a general experience, I think it's still in it pretty iffy. Best guess for a game official launch, I would say like this game going live, like them saying no more wipes, we're out of beta, this is the persistent universe going forward, no earlier than 2027. I would hope for earlier, but I don't expect it. We play it for what we want to be, not for what it is. What we want it to be, not for what it is. I would say it isn't exciting because of the development and detail. Right, Commander Rex, I am exactly there with you. But as we're getting more into this fourth phase of development and the game's starting to show a lot more of what it's been working towards, more people are starting to come into this game and not care at all about the development. And like, that's not really the most important approach, but CIG has to recognize that and start to account for that, I think. Very little polish overall for basic mechanics. Still missing a lot of basic mechanics, yeah. Holy Jesus. Yeah, it's a ways away. Most of the reason that it's going to be that long before beta is because they're building another game first. This isn't their main priority. They're gonna release an entirely other video game before Star Citizen. Really taken off in recent years. It has. It's gotten to a point where people feel comfortable thinking about playing it, like actually playing it. Like Jack Frags plays this game. That's just strange to me, you know? You think once Squadron 42, you can stop praying for a stable, persistent universe? I think it'll still be a little while after. But I think by the time Squadron 42 comes out, Star Citizen's going to be pretty stable. I don't think it'll be good, like a full release stable, but it will be way better than this. Pray server meshing helps as much as we need it to. Yeah, but I mean, by the time Squadron comes out, server meshing will be in its second, third, maybe even fourth iteration, right? We might have dynamic server meshing by the time Squadron comes out. Anyways, I've taken enough time away. Sorry, let's get back to the report. Y'all keep chatting though. It's a good conversation. On the art side of things, let's start with characters. Character art. You can see it's a huge section. They spent the month wrapping up Q2 assets, which included work on several armor variants, which also, my friends, for anybody who didn't catch their statement last year, means backpacks. Every single armor variant they make in the game now will now come with backpacks, which I love because we don't have enough backpacks. They also continue work on the Pyro Frontier outfits. Now I've got some of that goodness for you. Let me show you what the Frontier outfits are looking like. They're actually very cool, but they have spent a lot of time working on them. Like, I'm wondering if these Pyro outfits might be some of the first iterations of that layering tech they've been talking about with the cloth, and the different ways they want clothes to work, because I'm pretty sure if we look at the Pyro like outfit stuff, is it on here? Might not actually be on here. Let's see, let's do colonialism. Outpost theme variants. No? Let's see. What team would be working on that? Character art? Generic utility backpack, loot generation, mail specialist, Orison jacket, Orison V. Dang, they have a lot of stuff they're working on. I'm guessing it must be this. They must just be involved in this segment, so we can't really see it there, but like, you can go all the way back to February art, and you can see that they're working on Pyro stuff. Yeah, continue to further develop the Frontier outfits coming to Pyro. Go to March. Look at these, look at the, what they're talking about. Character art focused on the Frontier outfits for Pyro. Go to April. Look at art. Character art continued to work on Frontier clothing for Pyro. Go to May. Look at characters. They also continued to work on the Pyro Frontier outfits. So like, they're really... Oh, was I not searching? I was searching deliverable, but I don't think they have anything for colonialism. So yeah, they've got a lot of importance put on these, and I'm gonna pull up that video of them right now. Am I not categorized by time? There we go. So this is one of them. And you can see they're very cloth based, right? There's not that much armor going on here. So I'm wondering if this is starting to get into some of those systems they've been talking about. Chris was working on these heavily, the layering, the physics that's applied to this, but it's vastly different style from Stanton. I really like it. I mean, how can you not? Like, these are very cool looking outfits. Don't know what they'll move forward with, but I do hope it's like several of them. You know, I don't want to see the same 2 or 3 things popping up. But yeah, that's been a very heavy focus for them. Frontier. There we go. Good call. Thank you, Infomouse. So, Frontier clothing, 44 weeks of work, starting Q3 last year and going all the way into Q2 of this year. That's a lot of work for some clothes, right? Like the character art and tech team, character tech art, and SC character art. Why so much art? I don't know. I feel like there's got to be more to this than just a couple of outfits. Crossy, you never heard of Jack Frags? He doesn't usually do much stuff in things like Star Citizen. He's very much... I always think of him as Battlefield focused. But I guess he jumps around a lot. FPS shooters generally. And he's just got I think he's got like 4 million subscribers. And he's been giving a lot of time to Star Citizen recently. And people have been really liking it. Oh, you're helping Reese out. Gotcha. Yeah, Reese was the one who asked. Okay, on to art ships. You all know what that means. We're going to get all of the ship news now. I love how the ship news comes in the art section. I mean, I get why, because most of the other stuff that's being worked on is in features, but like, it's just funny how, yeah, you know. Anyways, last month, the UK team began improving the damage maps on all ships in preparation for the salvage mechanic. This is, I can never find this, I can never find this video clip easily. I'm really bad about this. Development also continued on several vehicles. An unannounced ground vehicle progressed into final art and design. So that's probably coming 317 too, maybe 318. I wonder what that would be about. Features. While a new ship entered the early gray box stage, with work on the cockpit and dashboard progressing well. They didn't say it was an unannounced ship. They just said it was a new ship. I don't know if we should read into that too much, but it is kind of particular that they did not say unannounced ship when they say unannounced ship all the time. The Banu Merchantman continued to move through gray box with May's focus on the ship's exterior art. The team are currently working on the underside and the look and feel of its wings. Y'all know what the Banu Merchantman looks like? Here it is compared to what it used to look like and what it looks like now. So it got a lot bigger. But for more background, the Banu Merchantman is an alien ship made as sort of like a traveling bazaar. At least that's how it was originally concepted. We don't know how it will come into the game. It's majestic, I feel like, is really the only way to describe it. It's incredible. I mean, you can see here in these sort of previs, I think this is just previs, all these animations that they've been working on figuring out. You can tell that it's very intricate the way it works and the way it's built, and all of the things that they try to do with it are flowy and organic and just like incredible. So it comes from this race called the Banu, who are very common in trade and things like that. Our friendliest friends in the game, actually, to humans. And on the outside, while it looks very big and kind of crazy looking, on the inside, it's incredibly ornate. It's super fancy. It's meant to be this high luxury, high fashion, not fashion, like just a very pompous almost environment to get you into the mood to experience this buying opportunity. Now, the way I'm talking about all of this is the way they've talked about all this. The way that I feel like this is going to play out, honestly, I don't know. I don't know how the gameplay surrounding this ship is going to work. It's an amazing concept. The ship's very cool. The stuff they're doing with it sounds incredible, but they have to build an experience out of purchasing things, and I'm not sure how well that's going to go when it comes to player. NPC wise, I can see it, and as being a space for missions and objectives, I could totally see it, but I don't know. It's going to be a weird addition to the game. Nonetheless, I do think when this ship comes into the game, it'll probably be the most impressive ship to ever be made in a video game. It's always a new ship if it's in gray box. What else was there? The Argo SRV began production and it's nearing white box complete, with the final white box review scheduled soon. For those who don't know the SRV, I put out a video about this last week. It is our tugboat. You can tug ships with it. You can tug cargo with it. And you can even team up with your friends to tug bigger ships with it. So this is kind of like the mover of the verse. And the coolest part to me about this is, oh God, I hate this song. Get this off of my freaking playlist. Get this song out of here. How do I shut this off? Remove. Thanks. I love this. Deus Ex, System Shock, Thief, Prey to an extent, immersive Sims, you know, like so much fun to play with because they just give you tools and let you do whatever you want. That seems to be what Star Citizen's doing with the tractor beams, and I'm in love. They're saying that anything in the game that's interactable, if you can combine enough tractor beams with their mass, you should be able to move it. I don't know if that's true right now, but that's how they want it to be. And they're saying that this ship will be able to move ships, boxes, dead people, asteroids. They said that this ship can move asteroids if they're interactable, which are mineable asteroids. So the idea of this ship gets really exciting when you start to think about the weird creative possibilities, especially with the fact that like you could use this ship to carry all of the ships over to a reclaimer. So you don't have to move a reclaimer around to do all of its crunching and derelicting. It's just an exciting ship to start seeing worked on. I think we'll see it next year. I like this song. It's quite nice. It's pleasant. In the US, the team continued building the Drake Corsair. On the interior, major passes were completed on the turret airlock and manned turret cabin, while most of the crew quarters were finished, including the captain's quarters near the cockpit, the entire... Oh, sorry, that was the end of a sentence. Reading comprehension. The entire cargo hold was blocked out and details are currently being added. The main airlock / staging room on the starboard side of the ship was also completed. And we've actually got some... I believe we got some Corsair footage for you all. I'm excited for the Corsair. It's one of my possible favorite ships in the game. I won't know until I get to fly it. There you get to see the beautiful freaking cockpit. Look at how detailed this is. So this actually reminds me a ton of... let's see... Oh, Stream Elements. Did you just post... you idiot. Stream Elements, so dumb. Let's see. So this reminds me of... this. Whoops. I always say it. I think I said it in my Starfield trailer. Or in my Starfield video. I was like, if there was going to be a company that made a ship that was going to be in Starfield, it'd be Drake. Look at this. Like, come on. Where's that dang picture? Get back here. Oh, that's right. What is up with this? Go away. You two, go away. You go away. Get out of here. Oh my gosh. Okay, never mind. Apparently I can't open Chrome and pictures at the same time. This reminds me of this, which I feel is got that like tactile, quote unquote, NASA punk feel. And the Corsair is looking phenomenal on the interior, but it also there's plenty more work going on in it. It's looking great. Elevator shaft, as they were talking about, the crew quarters, as they were talking about. They've given us a good cutout view so we could kind of visualize how the whole ship looks inside, and it's coming together quite well. The interior seems like it's almost completely done, and yeah, I'm really excited for this ship. Let me see if I can get you a good exterior view of it so anybody who hasn't seen it knows a little bit better what it looks like here. So this is kind of what it looks like from the outside. That's the gray box view. No colors or anything, but you get the idea. It's a asymmetric ship with a very long wing on one side. It's supposed to be an explorer, but they keep talking about it in terms of piracy and like, I don't know. That's just what they do though. They're like, oh, it's Drake. You must be a pirate. Don't let them typecast you, alright? Don't let your dreams be dreams. Let's get back to the report. Where's chat? I lost chat. Haters will hate, but you like Drake ships. Drake's the best. Hey, Drake's doing good work. You know, they figured out their market. I want to know... You would love many videos, but not many 3-minute videos. I do not know what videos you are referring to. That thing's going to lose a wing so fast. It might. That thing might not be getting into fights that often, though, as an exploration ship. The side room was completely stripped in that white box. Gotcha. They're exploring your cargo bay. They're exploring all options to get rid of you. On the exterior, progress is made on the gray box, including the nacelles, main retro thrusters, and development again on the landing gear and remote turrets too. So we kind of saw that in those videos as well. Oh, lore-related videos. I see. You would prefer long lore-related videos? Going to see ERTs all the time. Hey, well, that's on the pilot then, right? It does have a lot of guns on it. It's weird that an Explorer would have so many guns, huh? A Reliant update would be great. Long lore videos. I got a good talk with Paul on my second channel with the Astropub. We every once in a while we get together and do like an hour-long talk on lore if you want to see those. Okay, now we're on to the engine section. Kronzi, are you ready? For what it's worth, everybody, this is going to be mainly me just reading and like going. Arr! So if you want to know more about this, I would probably find somebody who's smarter than myself, but I'll see what I can drum up from this old bucket head. In May, the physics team added a new dynamic entity to simulate rope running over pulley wheel. That was actually, so this is the first thing. This kind of gave me pause because this is the second time now we've heard about them talking about rope, right? And this time it's a very particular application. So I have a very specific, here we go. Y'all want to know what I think this is about? It's a long shot, but we've gotten at least one sign that it's a possibility. All right, ready? Bear with me. Okay, come on. You just killed the anticipation video clip. Come on. That guy. I think it could be repelling. Maybe. Maybe. Like, wouldn't that be great? They've shown it to us in the engine, like they've teased it to us before, but at the same time I'm like, why would we use rope and a pulley to rappel or to move throughout a cave? You know, I'm trying to convince myself that we would be doing that in 900 days or 900 years, but at the same time I'm like, would we? I hope so. Because like if they're moving in that direction, that means that caves are going to get much more vertical, which sounds much more fun. Who needs a tractor beam when you have a harpoon and a grapple gun? Right? That's how you capture a space whale. Harpoon. So yeah, I hope that we're getting rappelling, especially because I'm sick and tired of clambering in caves. As an optimization, round-robin free lists were added for factories to reduce contention when creating or destroying objects. Okay. Additionally, vehicle pad normals are now cached to speed up collision processing. Guess that, like when you're landing, your pads don't go through the floor. Wouldn't we just have a hover pack? Maybe, but this game also focuses a lot on, well, it doesn't yet, but they've always planned on focusing a lot on how much power you have. Your suit will be powered, your tractor beams will be powered, your guns will be powered, and you'd have to keep all those things lasting. So if we have thruster packs, that could be great, but it's also another powered thing you'd have to track. Rope and pulley might be better because it's always usable. We're already getting drone gurneys. Again, the power thing, I think, guys, seems to be something that they're talking a lot about. They mentioned that recently with the reason you'd use the the mule over tractor beams, because the mule won't run out of power, whereas a tractor beam, eventually you're gonna have to plug it in, replace the battery, do something like that. It's about choice, right? Hey, take this hover pack, this thruster pack, but that's gonna add a ton of weight to you, so you'll be over encumbered. You can't wear a backpack, so you can't carry things, and you might run out of power at some point. Or take this rope and pulley and put it in your backpack. Don't have to worry about power, and always have it be usable. It might just be that kind of a trade-off. That's what CIG seems to like to do. But, you know, this is all speculation. Good old speculation, sonny. On the renderer, work on the Gen 12 transition continued. APIs for transient resource sets and various transient buffer types further matured, and all relevant client code was updated to make use of them. Oh, you know? Love those transient resource sets. Good stuff. It's sometimes about cost. Yeah, you set the world on fire with a nuke, but maybe you just can't afford to. I decided to join up in Star Citizen because of you. On a scale of 1 to 10, how jank is the game where it becomes unplayable? It can change week to week, because it just depends a lot on how many people are playing and stuff. I would say right now we're at like a solid... If 10 is like, I will not even try to load into the game, and 1 is like release quality, I'd say it's around like a 5 or 6. To be quite honest, for a casual player. I think for most Star Citizen diehards, it's probably around like a 3. Like, they'll play Star Citizen, smack you around, eat your dinner, make you pay extra taxes, and these people will still be like, give me more. You know, we're addicted. But for most people, I would say it's like a 5. It can be very exhausting. 5 is kind of harsh. I'm leaning more harsh though. You know, I'm just trying to play it safe as possible. We're in such a weird situation now where this game is kind of starting to expand a lot, and people are coming, and way more people are coming into this game not expecting what this game is compared to 2 years ago or a year ago. So I'm just trying to be a little bit more cautious with the advice I give on jumping in. The more people listen to me talk crap about the game and then go look at other videos, the better it's going to be. There's at least that. Where was I? The Gen 12 pipeline to render cube maps was enabled. And Gen 12 support for fog volumes and various other render nodes was also enabled. A new reflection buffer API was implemented, and worker contexts were established throughout the client code. Resource sets are no longer unnecessarily created, and material updates are not pushed into processing queues if there isn't anything to update. Support and debug comparison code was added for stencil state checks, skinned objects, and forward stage. What the it said Gen 12 a lot, which is great. That's good. I like Gen 12 things, but like, I'm not a game developer. So I'm sorry, everybody. Resource sets are no longer necessarily created, and material updates are not pushed into processing queues if there isn't anything to update. That's pretty straightforward, but like, I can't grasp the enormity of it, you know? Like, it's good that things don't get spawned in when they're not needed, but is that solid? So I guess let's just go on to the next one. Speaking of the forward stage, a lot of work went into it this month, and we hope to enable it soon. I think the forward stage may be like their first solid implementation of Gen 12. Somebody else might be able to clarify that for me, though. Y'all still playing this dream? No, Bear Ripper. In fact, we're not playing this dream. We're just talking about it. We've upgraded. Support for Eye Overlay Pass was added too. The Gen 12 port of Planet Ground Fog was completed, and Gen 12 ports of atmospheric and volumetric cloud rendering commenced. That's going to be helpful. Getting clouds onto Gen 12, I'm assuming, is going to be pretty good. Additional improvements to planet terrain height map rendering and spherical cloud and planet terrain shadow rendering were made. I'm a game developer and I didn't quite understand that. It could also be my horrible reading. On the core engine, various improvements were made to the profiling system to better analyze fibers and their preemption, and to track callers for semaphore weights and file reads. Support for collection peaks was also added. Various optimizations from recent performance captures on the PTU were implemented. Also, power scaling is now disabled for all threads the engine spawns with normal or time-critical priority, which helps thread scheduling and improves performance. Additional optimizations were made, including removing the final lock in the background job manager, checking authority requirements when activating component updates based on ECUS events, and skipping updates of hidden entities. Lastly, improvements were made to reduce the size of Windows executables and their symbol files. Get me out of the engine section, please. God, I can't even. I feel like I'm reading in a different language sometimes. Oh, gosh. 3.17.1 is pretty smooth so far. Solid, that's good. Basically, they're working on occlusion, which is needed for large capital ships to not render. Yeah, they've talked about that a little bit too, huh? 3.17.1 has not been smooth for you. Buggy as hell. It will get better, but let's not kid ourselves. Well, when it says the thing ported to Gen 12, I just assume this is a very good task done. Yay, Gen 12 things. Will they stop rendering grass through ships? We've seen one of the things that they've worked on. I don't even know if I have the video footage for this. They've talked about touch bending though, and shown it off a little bit in terms of foliage, having grass and foliage react to things that are touching them so that they don't render through ships and stuff like that. I can't seem to find the video clip for it. I honestly wouldn't know which folder it's in. It might be an engine. That could make sense, but I don't see it here. Nah, but touch bending is a thing. I don't know when it's coming. I find it funny that folks want to hate the game so much they follow streamers. It's easy, man. You can't just go up to the people who make the game and talk to them. So, you know, find somebody else who is into it. It's a major rework of back-end tech. The old rework. When is Alien Week roughly? I can't find anything I'm new. I think it's next week. Not entirely sure though. When are procedural bed sheets coming? To be quite honest, probably not for a long time. That stuff's probably coming to Squadron 42 first. Don't get me wrong, I still enjoy the game, but it's tough sometimes. It is tough. It is tough. This game can be frustrating. The nice part is, I am now comfortable saying that this is a very frustrating game headed in the right direction, rather than this is a very broken alpha that I don't know where it's going. Like a year ago, I was not that sure about the direction this game was headed in. I was excited for it, and I was excited for different features here and there, but as an overall vision, it still felt very iffy. And even now, it doesn't feel like everything is fitting together cohesively. I couldn't tell you what the ultimate goal of Star Citizen is. I would say it depends on the person, but it still feels a lot more solidified and understood by CIG themselves. And I like that. All right. So we got out of the engine section. Thank God. Now we get to go to features, which is honestly the more interesting part of these monthly reports. So let's see what they're doing in features in Star Citizen. Alongside progressing with scanning, something just happened. Somebody followed on Twitch. Welcome. Alongside progressing with scanning improvements, the team fixed bugs. Whoa! Most notably those that had been affecting the gameplay of Arena Commander and Star Marine. Continual feedback from the community regarding these areas of the game has been hugely helpful. Hugely helpful and is greatly appreciated by our team. I always find it funny when people are like, why do they keep adding things? They should just fix bugs. Why aren't they fixing bugs? Why are they just keep adding things? And then you look at the section of bug fixing in their progress tracker, and like they're always trying to fix bugs. Like They don't just not do that, and it shows up in the monthly reports. It shows up in the patch notes. They just keep breaking. That's why they don't drop everything just to fix bugs, because then they just constantly fixing bugs. Actually, I guess technically they wouldn't be changing anything, so they'd probably be good. But they talk about it a lot. They do work on bugs. They just don't really get rid of the very, very, very bad ones. Yeah, the elevators are a specific frustration. The elevators, the star map, the Mobi-Glass. I guess now the inventory system is for sure one of them. What's up, Taryn? Good to see you. Improvements to the racing mode were made too, which is planned for an upcoming release. So features Arena Commander, not super interesting. Let's see characters and weapons though. In May, the team continued updating the scanning feature, improving the visual effects when triggering a ping wave while on foot, and how it highlights different contacts. That's exciting. But wait, it gets better. Interactable items and points of interest critical to mission progression will be highlighted too. All right, take that info and package that up in your head. Save that for later, because we're going to come back to this. First, let me just show you what they meant by the ping. Pinging. Does this show it? No, that's MFDs. In fact, I think I'm in the wrong folder. We want to come here. Yes. So this is what the ping looks like right now in... No, that's not a good example of it. You know what? I might not have a good example of it. It doesn't even look like this anymore. That's kind of funny. So I don't actually think I have a good recording of the ping, but they're working on it for FPS, which is going to be amazing because God knows we need it. But what the big highlight here that I'm interested in is the fact that this is going to highlight different contacts, interactable items, and points of interest, which works a lot with... I think it's something they talk about in the UI or the narrative section. Essentially, I think this is going to factor into the new player experience a lot. This is the kind of stuff that's going to make the game a lot better. The MFDs, yeah, that's an old update that they're working on, I think, still. Alien Week is a focus on the alien ships that are made in this. It's another sale. It's not a big deal. There's not anything really happening in game. They might release a trailer. They'll do some extra lore and information that week, but it's essentially just a sale of all the alien ships that they can't sell during Invictus Week. Sorry if I miss people asking about that. I personally just don't care about it. I don't care about the ship sales. But if you do have your eye on a ship, especially the Banu Merchantman, it's probably going up in price after this, so this might be the chance to get it. All right, monthly report time. So keep that in mind about the scanning and highlighting different objects. It's going to come up. The team is also increasing the amount of information gathered from scanned objects. For example, a door will reveal its current state and if it can be affected via hacking. NPCs and other players will show the contents of their physical inventories, and player corpses will reveal their cause of death. I don't know if there's a good way to video game AR tutorials. This might show, like, I have this view in my head of what they're talking about, and I know games do it, but I don't know what it would be called. Like, it sounds like they're starting to get a lot more serious about implementing a system that allows you to look at something and understand what it does and what it's used for. And in a game like Star Citizen, where they want you to use everything, but not everything is usable, that seems really useful. Hooking up all this data can be quite time-consuming, as it requires a lot of data mining of different systems and their variables. Part of the work is ensuring the addition of future data will be frictionless, says the feature team. So there's no real clues here as to how far along this is, but hopefully it's coming. I don't even know if FPS scanning is on the progress tracker anymore. It is. So this is supposedly ending in July, which I think might coincide with the visor and lens rework, which is finishing some Squadron 42 work at least in June. and the player interaction experience and HUD system, which is finishing in September. I think all three of these things are going to combine to make a much more useful HUD. But I don't think it's going to happen this year. Do I think we'll get a new alien ship concept during Alien Week? And if so, what race will they make it? I don't know. To be quite honest, I think if we did get a new alien ship, it would be Banu. No, we do have the Merchantman already coming in. I can't see it being Xi'an. It could be Tavaran, but Tavaran ships are very combat focused, and we've had quite a few, but I guess it's gotta be. They wouldn't make a Kurthak ship. And the Vanduul ships are due for a rework, so I really don't know who it would be. I guess best bet in terms of who has the least ships, it would be Tavaran, but I'm leaning more towards Banu. I could see a small Banu ship that's not used for combat. Tavaran bomber. Oh, right, that's right. Yeah, they had that bomber concept ship, right? Forgot about that. Only one alien industrial ship so far. The Gatak Rylan. I think that is. See, Santok Yai, Kartual, Defender, Glaive, Blade, Scythe. Yeah, I can't think of any industrial alien ships. I think a mid-sized Banu cargo hauler would be a very good addition, especially to go right along with the cargo rework. Give us like a Constellation competitor from Banu. Oh, that would sell. That would sell! Oh my gosh, that'd be cool. Let's see, where were we? Did we already finish this whole section? No, we did not. Here we go. The team also created a model for serializing damage maps online, which is required for salvaging. The client is able to make accurate predictions, but can also rewind and replay applications of hits on the damage map. The server will still send the full map to a client when required, but this prediction will keep the need to send full data to a minimum. So the client is able to make accurate predictions, but can also rewind and replay applications of hits on the damage map. The server will still send the full. So it sounds like this is going to allow for the damage maps can be kind of cached on the client, and the client can edit the damage maps and then update the server when need be. Is that what? Can anybody that isn't dumb confirm? Not that everybody who doesn't know is dumb, I just feel dumb. Because it sounds like that's what they're trying to do here. Basically just say, okay, your ship can get damaged in any way whatsoever, but we're not going to keep sending that information over the interwebs. And if I'm not super dumb, I should be able to find. It's the same clip. It's always the same clip. You know what? Let me see if I can just search it. Come on. Nope. You know what? I think it's down here. There we go. Cool. So this is what they mean when they talk about a damage map. This is a very old concept. This is a previs, but it gives you an idea of what they're going for. Basically, the game will always save the data corresponding to what happens to your ship. And this can go as far as like melting holes into your ship and disabling your ship in that way, or it can go as far as straight up disintegrating your ship, shooting off the wings and doing all that stuff. And I think what they're saying here is, hey, we want the game to be able to track this rather than the server, so that it doesn't have to constantly update over and over. Sounds like they want to reduce the amount of information being transmitted. Yeah. Okay. So we're pretty spot on. At least as far as, you know, chat goes. We could just be bouncing misinformation off of each other. That's always good fun. All right, on to vehicle features. Vehicle features spent time throughout May working on Alpha 317 and Invictus launch week. Outside of release support, great progress was made on quantum travel boost. There's that term again, primarily making it feel right as ships accelerate and attempt to maintain heading. This feature also supports points of interest, allowing players to fly towards highlighted destinations. So, this for me, this was the biggest part of the whole monthly report. Hey, there's farming. Hold up. I know you joke. Actually, maybe you don't joke. But there is farming in this game. They want there to be, at least. I think I can actually find it here. This was the first we saw of farming in game. Just the idea of trying to show us the progression of plants after you would plant them and how they would grow. And before we get back to the important bits that I was just talking about, I can also show you... come on. Where is it? This also is meant to show how plants change throughout the seasons of the game, because yes, the planets rotate and will orbit around their stars. So I kid you not, this is 100% real. They've already shown us in engine, or rather in their builder, plants changing based on the season. So farming will be a thing. But anyways, quantum boosting. Here's my theory. I'm gonna try and make a quick video about this on the second channel. But it sounds like they are trying to build quantum travel as a more interactive thing. Either A, because they want people to have more freedom. B, they realize they can't create enough engaging gameplay during quantum travel for people who are in single-seat fighters or single-seat ships, so they gave them more to do, or C, a little bit of both. But from what it sounds like, with the idea of maintaining heading, with the idea of accelerating your ship yourself, and the idea of flying towards highlighted destinations, it sounds a bit like they're going to let quantum be something that you can start to control. They also mentioned this back up here with, where was it? The quantum boosting, and that AI would now be able to accelerate while spooling. It all sounds like a much more manual process, and I think quantum travel might be getting geared up to change in a really big way. Like, definitely in a way I wasn't expecting. Yeah, kind of like Super Cruise and Elite Dangerous. I was talking to Astropub about this, and he was saying it really kind of makes sense, as they like to try and build in this idea of you can let your quantum travel go and walk away, and it would be cool because you'll sit at the minimum speed. You'll be safe going straight and it won't be a problem. Or you can take manual control and do this extra stuff that makes it, you know, a lot faster. And it makes sense given CIG's way of doing things. So we'll see if that's what they're doing. But that's a big deal if they are changing quantum that much. And there's even more about this later on we'll talk about too. The team are continuing to update persistent tech features to use the new systems and fixing problems along the way. General balance work continued too, including a pass on general item health to stop ships from shutting down from explosions. They also continued to balance, that's another kind of like a bug fix. They also continued balancing the refueling mechanic, deciding on the volume of fuel that Starfarers can carry and the sizes of ships it can refuel. Are they trying to say that the Starfarer won't be able to refuel certain sized ships? Or are they saying it might not carry enough fuel to do so? You'd like to see QT be slower, but gameplay be more local. Yeah, gameplay should be more local. We shouldn't have to... They've actually said this in the past, but they want you to be able to play around one planet for weeks at a time. Like the idea of plotting routes or being able to upgrade your computer for better quantum navigation. So cutting through an asteroid belt might drop you out, if not skilled. Yeah, this brings up a really good point for avoiding asteroids. Maybe the larger ones like a javelin. Yeah. Yeah, that could be the case. Let's see, the setup and balance of the new ground vehicle physics is progressing well. The team now have baseline handling and are laying out the remaining dependencies to make them game ready. We do have some footage of that too, I believe, if it has been saved. It should have been saved. But they've been, yeah, here we go. So they've been working on a remake of the way that vehicles act in this game. Anybody who's driven a ground vehicle knows that it's miserable and they feel super floaty. They just don't feel good. They're not fun to drive. But recently we've seen them focus on ground-based FPS radar. They've focused on making sure hovercraft are working correctly. They're focusing on new outposts. They're focusing on navigation meshes. They're getting new derelicts on the ground. They're clearly focusing a lot on ground-based gameplay. And this just falls in line with it. What we're looking at here is a remake to the way that vehicles work on the ground. So on the left is the new stuff. Or on the left might be the... No, on the left is the old. On the right is the new. So you can kind of see, especially when he goes off of this hill on the left side, to kind of catch some air here. It's very floaty. But when on the right side they catch the air, you can see that the front side of the vehicle immediately makes... Sorry, the mass of the vehicle immediately makes that front side drop. And you get a good sense of the weight. And then as they keep driving around, you can kind of... This sounds like Persona 5 music. And as they keep driving around, you can kind of see that like there's more weight to it. It feels a little more hefty, like it's reacting more to gravity. Still a little floaty, in my opinion. But that could be anything. That could be the gravity. That could be the vehicle itself. That could just be that it's not finished being worked on. But they've been building on this quite a bit. This goes for also stopping us from acting like Mass Effect 1 Makos and just driving up hills and doing nothing. Now you can see like gravity actually has an effect, so it'll drag your vehicle back down. And there is a little bit there also about how it falls and doesn't fall on its feet all the time now. So they've been working on it, and it sounds like they've got a baseline and are getting ready to bring it into the game. Looks like they added dampers to the suspension. They definitely added weights. Not the hover quad. Anything else? You don't like the hover quad? All right, let's see. On to graphics and VFX programming. That was reacting to bumps. What was the camera? Oh yeah, that. I wonder if that's natural camera or if that was the person handling it. Work on damage maps continued last month, with the team focusing on debris creating its own map based on the parent map. I think that means that if we go back to that example I was showing you guys before, with something like this, if you get your wings separated, like let's just pretend instead of a Gladius, this is like a, I don't know, a Starfarer, and it loses like a thruster housing or something. I think what this means is that when it gets cut off, the thruster housing's damage component will still correspond to whatever it came off of. I'm not sure why that would be a struggle. I don't even know if I'm right, but that's what I get from it. Who knows? They also implemented an interface for querying damage within an area and persistent snapshots, as well as optimization for processing hits. Water break. Everybody get hydrated. Big yums. All right. Where was I? For Gen 12, the team improved the viewport API and continued porting the region copy pass in render to texture to Gen 12. Render to texture is what they use. Y'all remember, you know how the security will call you sometimes and like their face will pop up on your screen, but it's not really their face. It's like their legs because their bodies glitch through the top of their cockpit. That's render to texture. That's actually a good example of like CIG not faking something when they probably should. Instead of just having you have some generic video file of the character talking to you and saying something, they literally put a camera in every spaceship and activate that camera to show you a live feed of what's happening in the spaceship in front of you. It's super taxing. It takes a ton of resources, and as you can see, if the character is glitching, then it doesn't always look that great. But it sounds like they're porting that in some way over to Gen 12, so that sort of taxing behavior hopefully will be improved. They enabled more stages and systems to work with Vulkan, including material fallbacks and depth readback. Fixes were made for the tessellation output of organic shaders and planet array textures not using texture 2D arrays. I know what you mean there. I feel you, CIG. I don't know what they mean. They also refactored screen capture to work with Vulkan and updated to the latest SDK. It's nice to hear that the Vulkan support's coming along. I was blown away when they said on the engine team that they expect Vulkan support by the end of the year. I was not expecting that. Nope. I'll still be surprised if it happens, but good for them if it does. Let's see. They do also investigated a number of... I skipped a bit. Work continued on improving image tests with CVARs being created. Does anybody know what a CVAR is? CVAR? What is a CVAR? CVAR. Console variable. Type of variable used in many computer games that can be manipulated by a text-based command line interface with the game or engine. So this is like just things that you can change on the spot with your command module thingy. Now that I know what they are being created to wait a custom number of frames before capturing to alleviate some of the timing issues seen on recent tests. Okay, so I get you. It's like adding a countdown to your recording. They also investigated a number of performance-related issues, including a particle effect problem caused by a huge particle count, and the cost of refraction resolves. Yeah, they're like they are display info things. Mrs. Tomato just chilling in the back. Where is this reading from? This is the monthly report for May. So they release one of these every month. Here's April, here's March, here's February. We're just going through the May one right now, which came out last week. A number of bugs were fixed in the render to texture system, including a series of asserts caused by setting a large aspect ratio to an RTTO, as well as fixes for hollow volume sorting issues with the mobiGlass. The team also continued improving shaders with experimental improvements to the hair color model and Wear V2, including addition of primer and complement in Layer Blend 2. I think Wear V2 is probably what you guys remember recently on Inside Star Citizen. We had a dev come on and talk about some of the inconsistencies they noticed in the wear that you receive on your armor. I think that was here, yeah. So this is kind of showing how the wear will build up on your armor if you're out in the snow. Here's a lovely picture, you know, extra B-roll of somebody walking through the snow, because why not? And this is kind of showing what they're working for with this Wear V2. Whoops. Oh, wait. Yeah. So this is kind of what they're doing with Wear V2. They want to standardize intensities. They want to have a smart material generator, probably something that, you know, decreases some of their time, things like that. They want to add some new materials, so we're seeing sand and soot, and believe it or not, this sand actually makes a ton of sense because they've also shown us that they want to make some just a little bit of stalling while I find this video clip, and I can't find it, so I can't stall anymore. That's why we're not gonna move forward with it. Yeah, I can't find it. Sorry. It makes sense though, because they're working on sandy caves. So the fact that they're showing us sandy buildup, I don't think is just a coincidence. I think that's actually something they're going to bring in. And then soot also probably makes sense if there's any volcanic activity in Pyro, but I don't think there is. There's also mud and grime, things we would probably see on places like Microtech. And then there's obviously the fire and damage wear that we get. So all of this stuff I think is what's going to be included in Wear V2. Dirty ships are actually already a thing. I'll show ya. If we go to wear and tear, you can see that they've already started. No, you can't really see it there. They've started building in dynamic shaders on ships that do get dirtier as you don't renew them, claim them, as you leave them on planets. They start to get some buildup of the local materials, and they'll also get buildup of over age over time, just because you're using it and technically not going to the what do you call it, a ship wash? I don't know, but Wear V2 will probably make it work a lot better and look a lot better. That's for sure. I say probably, and then I say that's for sure. Some kind of idiot. Let's go with probably. All right, moving on to the lighting section. May saw the lighting team continuing to support the Siege of Orison mission. The playable space of the mission is massive, which means a lot of lighting work goes into covering the whole area to provide an interesting and unique atmosphere at night and day, while also ensuring good player visibility on objectives and AI. This is an event that they have been going on about. I mean, let's go all the way back to February, right? And let's see if they say anything about a dynamic event. Dynamic conversations. That's not the right dynamic event. And here we go. Narrative continues scripting and capturing dialogue for an upcoming dynamic event. This is a big one. It has multiple characters and several non-linear objectives. It's one of the more complicated event scripts to date and required close collaboration to ensure that every possible gameplay trigger was accounted for. I don't know if this is on the progress tracker. It's not. But clearly, like, they were talking about this hardcore back in February. We go to March. Look it up. Dynamic events. Oops, I spelled dynamic wrong. I spelled dynamic wrong again. Spelling, you know, it's hard. So we scroll down until we can see if they have... Nope, no mention in March. How about April? Dynamic conversations, dynamic resolutions. Narrative continued support for ongoing work on future dynamic event missions and discussed how best to incorporate a new upcoming gameplay module into one particular mission's flow. This isn't just about the new dynamic mission. This will probably also have to do with the missions we're getting at derelict settlements. But I do think this also is probably incorporated into that. So this has been a huge event they've been preparing for, the Siege of Orison. And for those who haven't seen it, it's a huge outdoor urban area with tons of areas for gunfights. Doesn't look like anything they've made before for the game. Polish and optimizations were also done. The space being a fully man-made exterior location means a lot of light entities and shadows must be rendered, so the team spent time ensuring and performance was smooth without too much visual sacrifice. They also worked on the new derelict reclaimer locations, which involved embedding them into the planet's surface and dressing and lighting each version. We also have some clips that I can show you of the derelict reclaimer, because this is also a big deal. The derelict reclaimer is kind of proof again of how quickly they're able to iterate now on stuff they're working on. We were not able to get new derelicts this quickly before, and the locations team seems to be on top of things in terms of actually starting to fill these out and make them be a thing in game. So we'll find that on Microtech, probably in 3.17 too. And we can actually now jump into locations, which is a very exciting part of this report. Straight off the back of the Reclaimer. The way I like to do it. The locations team spent the month working on the Reclaimer space missions and derelict Reclaimer settlement. So that's what this is. That's what the thumbnail is that y'all are looking at on YouTube. The new derelict Reclaimer settlements. And that's different from the derelict that we were just... Excuse me. Sorry. That's different from the Reclaimer we were just looking at. This is an actual settlement. This is a town. This is going to have NPCs walking around in there. You're going to be able to get a mission here. You could probably find some loot here. And the idea is actually not one that they're going to stop with just this Reclaimer. This is something that they have shown us Here we go. This is something that they've shown us at length. The idea of these different ships that we'll be able to find, these derelict ships that will have people living in them. They'll have different settlements and factions, and overall just build a lot more interest into these areas. You know, you don't want to just have a building with people in it every time you get somewhere. Sometimes you want to see that those people made use of the area around them. So this is a good addition, and it's supposed to be expanded pretty quickly, as I think they're about to see here. The next stage is to take this proof of concept, which is the reclaimer, and see how much more depth can be added with variations to both environmental art and level design. They're also looking to add more module and habitation variations, more missions with different modifiers, and potentially new gameplay elements. And we've also seen that. We've seen that they're working a ton on figuring out the tools that will allow them to make these places with more variation. We've seen that they have a ton of different examples of the ways that they can apply them. I think there's a pretty good shot here that actually shows the different types of derelict they can use for this. Yeah, this. So you can see like they have a ton of different like presets that they can use to diversify these wrecks. And once they can also get the AI to be a little more diversified, that'll go a long way. This isn't all stuff that works in Squadron 42. So if you go to the progress tracker and you look up things like a derelict spaceship, see how this says Star Citizen, but this says Squadron 42. So like some of the stuff that they're working on is for Squadron 42 first, but there are still plenty of teams that are only working on Star Citizen. And some of these teams are putting in work that is exclusive to that. We might get a Reclaimer derelict, but I do think that the work that they're talking about here is more Star Citizen specific. Oops. So after this, the 600I and Mercury derelict settlements will also be worked on and be located on Daymar. The level design team are currently looking at what the environment art team has done in preparation for adding missions and AI. Coke Zero? Man, YouTube is popping off today. Twitch, where you at? Bayou Buckle Bunny, I know who you are. Just so you know, your Twitter link and your Twitch bio is dead. Well, thank you. I'll have to fix that. I know who you are, Bayou. Good to see you. In fact, let me give you a shout out. I know you stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream. Friend of a friend. I consider you a friend. We've talked. The rework of Lorville's cityscape is also ongoing, with the team switching from concept / pre-production to production. So Lorville's getting a pretty big rework as well. The environment team is doing work on that, and that's going to be good because that's going to help us get more locations that are indoors. A big reason that they're working on the city is because Lorville was made a long time ago, before they really had everything figured out. So all the buildings are really small. The city is not laid out super well, and it's not very sprawling. It doesn't feel quite like a city when you compare it to New Babbage or even R-Corp. Well, especially R-Corp. But what we do know is that they've been working on these modules. Oh, that's not right. They've been working on these modules. This is in Orison specifically. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Might not be able to find this. Sometimes these things aren't in the places I expect them to be. So they've been working on building interiors, and I believe they talked about this in another recent ISC or maybe Star Citizen Live. I don't remember, but they're working on building interiors that'll allow us to have things like assassination missions, delivery missions that require us to go into these buildings. So when you're going to R-Corp, instead of just landing on the top of a building and then picking up a box and leaving, they're going to have plans for us to actually be able to go into the building and get a little more experience out of it. But I can't find the example of the interiors that I'm looking for. Sorry. But yeah, they're going to make Lorville much bigger. Thank you, Bayou. Appreciated. Are we getting the possibility of selling the goods that we salvage, or salvaging is coming and the materials that you retrieve from the ships will be useless? I know for sure you'll be able to repair with the things that you get from salvage. I don't know about selling it. I would assume it would be sellable, but it hasn't been confirmed or anything like that. Do I think it will be... Hello, Yamez. Thanks for getting active on Twitch. Do I think salvage will be a big part of the game in the future, especially post 3.18? Oh, definitely. Yeah, for sure. Much better chat over here. YouTube chat is all tweens. What? I feel like Twitch is the place with the worst reputation. I mean, I guess it depends on what you like and what you don't like in chat. Either way, I like both chat, but YouTube's definitely more active today, which is a rarity. Is it not just scrap that you salvage? I assume so. I assume it's scrap. I just don't know if they're going to let you sell it. Like, they haven't told us anything about how it's stored, what you're going to do with it after you collect it. I'm still waiting for them to kind of talk a little bit more in depth. Z-Pilot, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Much appreciated. That support goes a long way. Thank you. Let's see. Where were we? Finally, for locations, the building interiors mentioned in last month's report, those are the ones I was mentioning, have entered the concept phase. We're still in early days, and are still discussing how best to organize the conception so that concept art, environment art, and level design all work together in the most efficient way. We're also designing what we want to tackle in the proof of concept and what should be our target. Everyone here is eager to tackle this challenge and find a way to add pockets of gameplay directly into landing zones. This, I can say, is probably going to benefit a ton from their recent Mighty Bridge tool, which you guys may have heard of. Something that we'll talk about in a couple of minutes here in the tools section. Mighty Bridge is one of these fabled tools that they've been working on for the past decade. Part of one of those, one of many reasons that they've taken so long to make this game. And what Mighty Bridge does is it brings in the tool Houdini, or actually other tools I believe can also be implemented, and allows them to be put directly into the game editor, so that instead of having to put something together, figure it out, load into a different software, and then double check if it works, it's going to allow the team to make these space stations, make these building interiors, make these caves and these cities without having to leave the game builder first, which should speed up things a lot more. So I imagine they're looking towards using this Mighty Bridge tool for these building interiors they're talking about. Whoops, battery's about to die. It's been a hot minute since you streamed me. Did I ever get a new GPU with all the donations people gave me? No, I have not gotten a new GPU. Everything has been, well, actually recently it's been going pretty well. I don't know when the last time you saw me was. I've done a couple different things to upgrade and help the computer, but most of the money that I make doing this goes towards rent. Well, not rent, but like food and living, and traveling to go see family. We don't really make enough money yet for me to keep to buy some new computer components. I like to, I like to work towards it, but then we get taxes and like monthly bills come, and I'm like, okay, we're not buying anything this month. Yeah, prices are coming down at least, which is nice. Hopefully we get to spend a few months here in Turkey and we'll get to save a little bit of money. And by the time we get back, we can support, we can get the graphics card. Got like $400 in 20 minutes. You were super excited. Ooh, was that December? Something like that? Yeah, it might have been December or January. Yeah, that was a good time. So $400 in 20 minutes is like, I don't know, 15 to 20% of my income in that 20 minutes for the month. So that's a, yeah, I was probably very, very excited. by 0.1% of your graphics card. Space Frames, thank you so much for the graphics card, the spot there. I appreciate that. To be honest, with the amount of money that it costs to buy a graphics card in Turkey, we could like straight up, you know, actually, hold up. If I bought a graphics card, like a 2080 Ti, no, 3080 Ti, what is that, like $1,200-$1,300? Yeah, we'd be able to live, that's 3 months of rent in Turkey. So the graphics card argument is still trying to gain some steam on my part. A country with the worst inflation on the planet right now, but you can't afford new components. Yeah, dude, because plane tickets aren't based on Turkish prices. I still have to pay $4,000 to make everything happen. And also components are very expensive over there. Forgetting that going to Turkey also requires quite a bit of money. Not trying to be pedantic, and your finances are none of your business. None of our business. It just strikes me as odd. Oh, odd that I didn't get the graphics card? I mean, dog, you guys, your finances are, I mean, my finances can be whatever you guys, if you want to hear it. Like, December, I was making about $2,500 to $3,000 a month between both me and my wife living in California. I can lay it out for you line by line why $400 is not going to be enough for us to afford a GPU right now. But that's the way it is. I wanted to get a graphics card, but it didn't work out. They were too expensive. I couldn't find a good one. We had to do taxes. February happened, which saw the war happen. A lot of people had to buckle down on their funding in terms of Patreon and stuff. So we lost quite a bit of our monthly support in February. Star Citizen also had a bad month because they did the roadmap update. A lot of people quit support because of that stuff. It's not as simple as getting a chunk of change in one stream and then being able to buy something big. All I made a month here between Patreon, YouTube, Ko-fi, and Twitch. In January, we're making about $3,000 a month or so. At this point, we're now making around $4,000 a month. So it's going up. It's getting there. But, you know, two grown-ass people living in California, that's not that much money. No, Bonger, I'm not responding to you. I was responding to the other person who was talking about the finances. And the 1080 Ti is still doing the job. Like, I'm going to make it last right now if I can get a 4080 later this year so that I can get something that would render videos better. The 1080 Ti does the job still. Zen Spoon, I appreciate that gifted sub. Thank you. Wavern, thanks for becoming a channel member as well. Much love. Far, you too. Thank you all. I'm not saying this stuff to get support. I do appreciate you guys coming in, but I do think that people sometimes don't fully realize that it's just, it doesn't make as much money as you might think. You're making about 2 pounds a video. Hey, it's a start though, dude. I definitely remember that. I'm blown away that I do make as much money as I make right now. I'm blessed, to be quite honest, but it is, you know, we haven't been in the best place to make use of that, which is why we're going to Turkey. $2,500 a month in Cali is basically homeless. Yeah, we haven't been able to get an apartment yet, but my parents have been kind enough to put us up for a while. Anyways, sorry, we're getting way away from the monthly report. We're way off track. We'll talk about that all after. Everybody was like sitting here listening to Star Citizen development, and then I just got into money. Let's see. We are on to narrative. Last month, Narrative continued to work with... How long did that take? Narrative continued to work with design on a handful of new missions and initiatives. This included discussing new mission archetypes and tackling the new player experience to devise a system to introduce new players to the game's various mechanics. This was the thing I was talking about. This was the thing I was talking about earlier with the HUD and the visor and stuff. My partner's Turkish, yeah. She's from Turkey. Nothing wrong with asking for super chat subs and stuff like that. It's how being a creator works. It is. It feels weird, honestly. Thank you, though. I appreciate you, Space Frames. No problem on the topic change. We're only going to Turkey for a little while. It's just enough time to save up. Currently in Central Oregon, it's starting to get pricey here. And rainy. Y'all get a lot of rain up there. I love it, though. I like Oregon. I lost my spot. So the new player experience they're working on with the narrative team, right? So if narrative is doing stuff and UI is doing stuff and features is doing stuff and all of these things is based on allowing people to get better new player experience, it seems like that's like their biggest focus. Well, not their biggest focus, but that seems like a really big focus now compared to before. They never talked about new player stuff. And like, new player stuff wouldn't really be that useful if the UI couldn't back it up and the HUD couldn't back it up. So it's really nice to hear. Bayou! Appreciate you with the sub. Any Oilers in the chat? Oilers. The Oilers? Is that Alaska? Turkey sounds better than fixing planes on the ramp at 40. 40? Fixing planes on the ramp, like as a mechanic? That's why you're planning to move to AZ. Yeah, I think we'll be here for a few years, but we'll probably end up heading out. Zen Spoon, thanks for gifting out that sub. Much appreciation, buddy. Know the YouTube struggle. Stay consistent and keep putting out amazing content. Thank you, JV. Appreciate you. Do you make videos on YouTube? Edmonton. Oh my gosh, Edmonton. Oh, that's cold. That's cold. I was looking at moving to Edmonton before I was going to do this. It's actually probably the most important denial of a job I've ever gotten. This was right when the pandemic started. Like, I'm talking March 14th. It was the day that the US market finally realized we were in a pandemic and everything started shutting down and people started firing people. I had flown all the way from Turkey to North Carolina. They literally paid to fly me from Turkey to North Carolina for an interview for this job. That's not a cheap flight. And then I got there and I was walking, I got to the office, right? This is a big company too. It's not a small company. I got to the office. I'm in the car. I'm getting my things together to go in here and do an interview with the CEO. And the dude left. He freaking walked out and left before I even got to go inside. Didn't get the job. Like, I interviewed with people. They had me in there for an hour talking to multiple people. Didn't get the job. But to be honest, I think if I had gotten that job, I would have never ended up doing this. So kind of happy I didn't get the job. It was cool. Whatever, man. You missed out on a tomato. Fixing planes just isn't fun sometimes. I can imagine. Fixing computers isn't fun, and planes are much bigger and more explodey. Narrative also continued to release new lore content, starting with another Lore Makers, where the team answered community questions from Spectrum. This was followed by Homesick, a short story that originally appeared in Jump Point. Wonder how that, I haven't even heard of that. I'll read that later. And an Empire report detailing a scandal around the discovery of new life. Ooh, that's fun. So for anybody who doesn't keep up with the lore, not only is sometimes they release these lore stories, they have something to do with things they're working on for the game, but they'll also release stuff that is ongoing. So last year they released, was it last year? Might have been 2 years ago. They had an election for the Imperator, which is kind of like the president of the galaxy. And we got to vote in it, and like the candidates all had their issues and their platforms, and like there was all this stuff going on. So they do that a lot in this game. And if you're really into lore and you like a game that like acknowledges that you care more about just playing the game, you care about like the story and what's going on and all that jazz, Star Citizen is pretty good at that. Scott, thank you for the membership on YouTube, especially as an extra supporter. Much appreciated. Anybody who is a member on YouTube or on Twitch, might I remind, has access to all the exclusive videos. We just released a new one last week. It's a higher in-depth and longer detailed report about what's coming with Pyro. You get access to all of those. So please check that out. And yeah, thank you so much. Oh, also you can gift memberships on YouTube now. Did you guys know that? Like you gift subs on Twitch, you can gift memberships on YouTube. It's happening. YouTube's catching up. All right, the Manchester-based development side of QA focused on Invictus Launch Week mission and continued support. Invictus Launch Week mission? What's the Invictus Launch Week mission? I don't even... Did I miss something? I don't know. I don't know what that is. Towards the end of the month, planning and testing for Alpha 3.17.2 and 3.18 began. This involved working through quaters for each patch's deliverables to ensure features are tested as much as possible before being published. Is the siege they're talking about? Okay. It's weird that they still called it Invictus Launch Week mission even though this came out after they delayed it. Welcome to the 21st century. Yeah. YouTube took a while to do that. They do the 50-50 split. Actually, no, sorry. YouTube is better than Twitch. Twitch does 50-50. YouTube gives you 70%. I don't want your damn videos. I just want to help you out. At least come and chat with us. Twitch is 50-50. YouTube is 70-30. Twitch takes a ton of money. YouTube's better at supporting creators, yeah. They missed the target date. So, like, why not call this Siege of Orison? Because they call it Siege of Orison up here. In the, actually don't know where they called it Siege of Orison. But they referenced it somewhere else. The Frankfurt-based QA team also tested the Siege of... What? Wait, now they're calling... Why did they call it Invictus Week mission here and then Siege of Orison here? And continue to support various development teams via their embedded testers. I wonder if... So I guess this must all be coming from the different teams. And somebody compiles it and they just refer to it differently. Yeah, Patreon has the best split. For sure. No, I'm in May. This is the May report. Patreon, I think, is like 15%. So they give you like 85% of it. Something like that. Yeah, different people writing the different sections. For AI, integration checks were completed for updates to existing and new features, which were then added to the main branch. They also tested the AI used throughout the Siege of Orison mission. JV, thanks for becoming a member on YouTube. You also get, there's like a community post for members too that I'll use more. I wish Twitch had that. I wish Twitch had a way that you could post something that every subscriber would see. Instead, you have to be like, okay, Twitch subscribers, go to my Discord so that you can talk to me. YouTube's coming to the 21st century. Twitch is still working on the 20th. Yeah, Ko-fi has the best split. The problem I'm starting to have with Ko-fi is that they are the only ones now who don't let you host content. So they make me, I have to unlist the videos and stuff. But yeah, Ko-fi overall has the best split because they just use PayPal's normal funding. But you could also just use PayPal. Or use whatever works best for you. That's why I try to use all the platforms so that people can do what they do. Locations QA tested the new mission location and expo halls. They also began working more with the editor to better support the team in creating test levels with very relevant systems. For the engine team, focus was on page heap testing and locking down memory issues in-game. They also continued to learn more about the flow graph and coding for future automation. The tools team continued to receive support with continued testing of DataForge, Star Wars, XL Core, Copy Build, and the Sandbox Editor. These are just like random little things that they use, little tools inside their builds. I don't know what the heck they were. I always like Star Wars though. It makes me really want to say Star Wars. Star Wars. G Sharp, thanks for also becoming a supporter on YouTube. Y'all are great. Thank you. PayPal and Patreon are great as long as you don't say a single politically loaded word in public. I don't know. I have a couple Patreon people I support who do political stuff. But maybe they maybe they thread a fine line. Oh, and tools. Speaking of tools, lovely tools. Our favorite topic in Star Citizen. In May, the integration of the Mighty Bridge into the editor was completed. This also allowed the deployment of the first official Mighty Bridge tool, Vegetation Scattering, which we love being in the garden, which will allow teams to deploy vegetation without collisions, brushes, and entities on planetary surfaces and objects. This will be especially useful for derelict settlements and outposts, but will still be used across many PU locations. The next step is to develop a tool for creating crashed ship craters and tails in the ground in less time and at higher fidelity. That that makes me think of like cow tails and horse tails just like sticking out of like tails, not ship tails, but like animal tails just sticking out of the ground everywhere throughout Star Citizen. Just like a weird new glitch. The procedural location tool is also progressing well. The foundation is now a lot stronger than the team have begun creating basic layouts. And the team began creating basic layouts. They've also moved to supporting corridors and corridor loops, as well as supporting the various required templates like space stations, caves, underground facilities, and more. The team's current goal is to get V1 to the designers and artists so they can gather feedback and get it production ready. So that's not necessarily the Houdini Bridge tool, the Houdini tool in Mighty Bridge, but procedural location generator tool. I think they actually talked about this in one of these other ones. What's it? March? That this is something they've been working on. Here we go. So they started working on the procedural location tool, which will speed up the production of certain locations. That was in March. They're designing the tool's template system to allow the designers and artists to procedurally generate various locations such as derelict outposts, settlements, caves, and underground facilities. So 2 months later, they are now saying that it's still progressing, the foundation is stronger, they're getting that ability to grow space stations, caves, and underground facilities, but with 2 months of work, it's still in progress. So that's a long-term tool, it seems. You think sub-only streams can be useful on occasion, but can't really do that until you're much larger. Did somebody mention sub-only streams? I do stream the monthly Q&A to specific group. Houdini's is procedurally generated everything, an incredible tool. It's cool they've gotten it into the editor now. We wouldn't bat an eyelash at actual animal tails. You know what we really we deserve is... Where are they? Where are my big guys? Where are them space whales? Come here, concept art. I know I've got a picture of you somewhere. You old whale! There you are. These tails. Let's just get some of these tails sticking out of the ground. That would actually terrify me. I wouldn't play this game anymore. Don't do that, CIG. Good evening, Caleb. All right, tech animation we're on now. So, tech animation team spent part of the month addressing small tasks that will ultimately improve the quality of life for all devs. Several of these revolve around the asset pipeline in Maya, which was refactored to both consolidate multiple workflows and galvanize the core pipeline code with the knowledge gained throughout production so far. Okay. One of the team's new initiatives to load skin data from the engine's data files is yielding excellent results with a 1200% increase in loading data. Does that actually mean skin? Like, I never know if they actually mean what what they're saying. Pseudo Nick! Yo! Tentacle situation. How you doing, Pseudo? Or shall I call you Nick? Good to see you, good to see you. Don, the whale was well endowed, we'll say. Yeah, they've been saying for a while they can't handcraft things at the scale they want to operate, so it's normal they spend this much time on tooling. Yeah. There's actually a good video on that I did. Chris, I think you I don't remember if you became a member. If you are a member though, there's a really good video. Not to toot my own horn or anything. One of the supporter videos on the YouTube channel actually goes over these tools. and how long they've been working on them and why they're so important. If you're curious about that, I'd check that one out. I liked that one. Let's see, they also continued with the long-standing initiative to replace slow rigging solutions with a new plugin. This will see us redefine our workflows for creating rigs and see a much-needed improvement to character deformation throughout the game. Soft bodies. May, okay, this is UI. Usually I love the UI section, but this one is tiny. May saw the UI programmers support the various PU releases by fixing bugs and adding requested features. They also refactored backend code to support the persistent tech that will come online in Alpha 3.18. A bummer, not much to go on with UI this month, but you know, it happens. And then finally, VFX. May saw the VFX team complete their work for Invictus launch week alongside tasks for the Scorpius and Drake Mule. And finally, just a little nightcap on the most interesting subject in this whole monthly report. I'm glad that they finished with something interesting. VFX concept art began work on the quantum travel rework. This included storyboarding the gameplay requirements at the different stages of the process, such as spooling up, entering, and exiting. They're currently investigating how it could look in game. I didn't even realize. Here you go, Grim Day. I didn't even realize how, like, I don't know. I always assumed that quantum travel, it reached kind of a finalized version. You guys remember the big rework that they did? What was that? Back in fact, we could just look this up. Let's see, what would it be? Star Citizen Quantum Travel, probably like the rework they did for it. Hey, that's me. Here. So this was like a massive rework they did. What you're seeing right now. Do they show us? So this is what old quantum travel used to look like. You would just load in and then it would fling you at full speed immediately and you would just be going. You could do this blindly though, which is really cool. But the graphics looked different, right? Like even the approach looks different. You can't see the space station, can't see it, can't see it, can't see it, can't see it, and then you can see it. I think actually that's different for planets. But now when you quantum travel, the view, the way it works, the way you speed up, everything about it looks a lot different. So this was what happened with 3.0. This was the last big 0.0 update that we got. And they made a huge rework to quantum travel with these cool effects and this flashing thing and these particles and all this stuff. And you're like, oh man, this is huge. This must be what it's meant to be, right? I figured this was essentially not final, but like this was the format. It would be, you get thrown into quantum, you slowly speed up to a max speed, you stay at that max speed, you slow down as you approach your destination, you can see the destination coming, and then they drop you out. But from what we've heard across this whole monthly report, and then now at the end here, they're talking about going all the way back to concept art and investigating how it will look in engine, makes me think that this is just going to be completely different at this point. Like, it's going to be unrecognizable almost compared to what we're doing with quantum travel now. That's super exciting, unexpected, but I think that's the big news for this in this monthly report for me. And this is actually not a super long monthly report. I know we took 2 hours to get through it, but it's not incredibly long. It's a good one though. It had some good info in here. Not as much on the UI or feature section, but the locations, tools, and this the quantum travel stuff was interesting. It sounds like they're not making it necessarily harder to enter, but they're making it harder to do on your own terms. I think it's because they're having a coding network problem with the current quantum. Could have to do with some problems they're having. Chris, thanks for becoming a member, by the way. Now you get to see the video. I appreciate that. Thanks. So that's the monthly report for May, folks. That is the overall review. I will be releasing, this was a 2-hour stream, which is a lot. It's kind of ridiculous. You don't need 2 hours to go through this review. In fact, you don't need 30 minutes to go through this view. I have already typed up May monthly report. This could be it. This could be last year's. I really don't know. Yeah, so this is, I've already typed up the script for my own video, and this will be released on my main channel on Saturday. So if you don't like these super long 2-hour streams and you don't want to go back through this to get all the details, I condense it all with the interesting parts and throw it into like a 10-minute video. That'll be out on Saturday on the main channel. And this stream will be up on the second channel if you'd like to sit through all of it yet again. Or if you're watching it for the first time over there, thank you. A quick copy. Copy paste it all and make a video out of it. So yeah, that's kind of how I do this every month. If you're a fan of that, please consider subscribing. Come find us on the first or second Monday of the month to see what the latest development is in Star Citizen. And if you want even more in-depth discussion about all that stuff, become a member like these folks and you get exclusive videos every month. I don't really cover the Squadron 42 monthly report. I know it's important, but I don't have the time to do both, so I decide to focus on the Star Citizen one, and I'll start covering Squadron 42 as we get closer to it. But that about wraps it up for the monthly report, so I'm going to go ahead and end the video. Thank you again, everybody, for being here, being a part of this. If you're watching on YouTube, I will see you in the next one. Have a good day. And as for the rest of you on the stream, I'm not leaving, don't worry. I'm not... The stream's not over. I was just finishing the YouTube video recording. No, we're still good. I'm still here with you. I want to discuss now. I want to talk about, because like, now there's no pressure. Now comes the AMA part. What did you guys get from this monthly report? Or in fact, let's just talk about all of the stuff they've been talking about in general. Ask some questions. If you've got anything, I'll pull up any proof, any video proof that I have of it, or concept art. We can look through the progress tracker, but like, we're here for the Monday report and we're just chatting right now. So why not? Why don't we just kick back and continue along with it in a rather chill manner? And let's talk about it. What was the good stuff y'all saw? Maybe we can get another video out of this. Any ETA on theory of space janitor? Ooh, space janitor. Good question. It's a good one to start us out on too. You know, I think they might actually be pretty serious about that whole cleaning up after people drop stuff off. Because, like, they do need a way to clean that stuff up, right? I have no idea when it's coming in. It's probably going to Squadron first, right? Big strides in tech as it won't. As is won't for 3.x. The more we get now, the better 4.x will be next year. Yeah, get that stuff figured out now. What's up, Triggered? How you doing? You gonna read the monthly report while listening? Thanks for hopping in. Think they're starting to realize how much work Squadron 42 is going to take. It's literally core mechanics to SC. They've, yeah, I think they've been feeling the pressure for a little bit now on Squadron. I mean, everybody's moving over there. They're getting serious about that. Of course they will have NPC janitors. Of course. Ooh, bounty hunting is actually a really good topic. They didn't mention that in the monthly report here, but it's definitely, we got some good stuff coming in bounty hunting. They need to make dumpsters into containers. Actual trash cans. There was a tool, you can't remember the name. Venture or Vulture, you suffer from CRS. But what is that? The Vulture is... I like that you mentioned both those names. The Vulture is actually the first salvaging ship to come into the game. So let me pull up a picture for it. You might recognize it. Sure, I've got something here. Come on. Come on, picture. Okay, you know what? How about I just pull up a video instead? Cool, now I can't find any video of it either. Come on. This is the Vulture. It's not the best angle. In fact, that's a terrible angle. You can't tell what you're looking at there. There we go. That's a better angle. So the Vulture is a salvaging ship. The Venture is the ship that it looks a lot like, which is a ship from Eve that does mining. which is essentially salvaging of rocks. So they're pretty similar. But the Vulture's coming in 318 probably. I think it's 318. The Reclaimer was first, but the Vulture will be able to do it first. Well, I guess it's the same time. Yeah, it's not all of the... Not all of the teams are working on Squadron 42. In fact, if you look at the progress tracker, you can see how many of these things aren't actually for Squadron 42. They're not just working on that. They've got quite a few things that will, not be applied to Squadron 42, like farming and seasonal changes to plants and like different things like that I think are definitely just for Star Citizen. Think they're going to figure out that object container streaming and server meshing won't work like they want. The infrastructure just can't keep up with the server ticks changes. Why is that? There just isn't enough bandwidth. Is this stuff that you do, Scott? Yeah, the Reclaimer will have some functionality when salvage comes. Swizzle! Thanks for the $1 super chat. I appreciate that support. What's up, Billy Angel? I'm doing well. How are you? I don't underestimate the internal networks and data centers. Oh, don't underestimate. It's quite possible to attain 2 millisecond latency across an entire cluster with multiple 100 GPS bonds per node. I don't know what that means, but they're big numbers. Am I the only one who feels weird about supporting Star Citizen just for CIG to turn around and make a new game that I'll have to pay more money for? No! I think plenty of people should definitely, get a grasp of that. That's what I try to say, Star Citizen is the ultimate goal, but they're building 2 games. And the fact of the matter is Squadron 42 is the focus because it's easier to make. So, while Star Citizen probably won't succeed without Squadron 42, Squadron 42 is robbing Star Citizen of a lot of focus. And a lot of people don't like that. You're not alone. Tomatoes are beautiful. Thank you. Your specialty, Scott? You do networking? Do you work in games? Or are you doing more corporate side stuff, enterprise side stuff? How are they going to, what are their plans to improve the server tick rate? I don't know. Server tick rate is something that doesn't compute with me. I don't even know if it's the proper term for whatever the thing is that they want to do. But I think generally having less load per server will help with that kind of stuff, which is the idea behind server meshing. Sounds like you may have some undercover devs in here. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, there are people in here are saying things much smarter than my own maximum potential. So I'm sure you guys know some of these things much better than me, and I appreciate you weighing in on them. People forget that the Kickstarter was for Squadron 42. Yeah, Star Citizen definitely took the main seat at some point. You don't see any articles about Squadron 42 being a scam, right? You kind of do. Scott knows what they're talking about. I work in data centers, freelance. That's cool, Waldo. Is that fun? Is that fun work? Would you prefer working for one specific data center? Or do you like going to a bunch of different ones to do your work? Squadron is also the housing and bed that all systems and structures will be pulled from. The faster they iterate and finish Squadron, the better for SC players. But people forget that they are literally building the game's systems from the ground up. Yeah, the way I see it, Squadron is going to be a long ways off until we feel like the gameplay in Star Citizen feels good, you know? It will come later to Star Citizen, but if the gameplay in Star Citizen is bad, then Squadron probably isn't doing much better. Also, we haven't heard much progress on the main thread optimizations, only the render thread recently thanks to Sylvan. What have they done to reduce the largest client-side bottleneck? I don't know. Main thread optimizations, I have no idea. I don't know that much detail on the engine side of things. All I understand is the bare minimum of how they're trying to function, make multi-threading work better. What if Squadron 42 flops? Then Star Citizen's going to be in some trouble. You work 9 to 5. The freelance is when you have time. Oh, okay, I see. Or if it's important. I got you. So it's like an extra job. You've been a data center architect, engineering, been a coder at heart for 30 years. Lots of financing, lots of fascinating tech in gaming, but it gets complicated when it comes to host meshing, database synchronization, and storage. So are you not feeling confident about their goals, Scott? I'll say this much. I've talked to at least one of the people who is doing the ground level work for server meshing and like the replication layer and that kind of stuff. I didn't really know what they were talking about, but the way they were talking made it sound like they were very specifically brought on because CIG could not figure out a way to do what they wanted to do. So I'm really hoping, with that kind of explanation, I'm hoping that means they understand the challenges that they're looking at. They can kind of see them coming and they've prepared for them. But, I do like hearing from somebody with your know-how a little bit on your take. Obviously, none of us know what's really going on in there. But it's going to be what it's going to be. You've been a server guy for 30 years too. Just fascinated by their approach to handling MMO backend. I got no idea how MMO backend normally works. The only MMO I ever played was RuneScape. that was for like 10 hours. I got trolled so much in RuneScape. Hey, Grumpy Eye. Dude, it's good to see you. We've never gotten to talk. I watch your videos though, and I appreciate your opinion, man. I like to get a good dosage of Grumpy Eye. We ought to chat, because I think you actually, the first time I saw you, I think Salty was reacting to one of your videos, and then I started watching some of your other videos. I like to chat though whenever we can get a chance to get in a room together. That sounds creepy. I can get you in a room. Space Frames, thanks for the super chat. Star Citizen performance issues have nothing to do with data centers. It's 100% due software. CIG uses AWS, which can scale to virtually the infinite software game and networking thing due to the constant innovation. I see. I see what you mean. Grumpy Eye Tomato collab. I mean, I got to get the man on the podcast, right? Hope you'd be willing to come on. I think RSI will make it work, but with giving up some desired features. We've already seen it, right? They've taken some concessions, and I'm sure they're going to continue to take more. The dream the never-endingly dynamic dream that is Star Citizen at one point was much, much smaller than it is now, and at one point was a bit bigger than it is now. And I feel like we're just doing this. You know how dampers work? Somebody was talking about dampers on the shocks. You know how their whole thing is like, you got this wave, right, at a high frequency, and as the damper kicks in, that wave gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it's a straight line. That kind of feels like what happens to Star Citizen. It just never goes down. It always goes up. But like, we keep getting more and more excited for the scale and stuff, and then it kind of rebalances itself. They're like, okay, we want to do a full, completely connected universe, but at the same time, like, maybe we'll do regional shards. But at the same time, we still want to do all of these things where you can salvage every material and repair every material and interact with everything. But actually, we also maybe will have replicated props that you won't be able to interact with. So we'll just, we'll keep that in there. And every once in a while, they kind of smooth things out until eventually, Scott, I think we'll get to what you're talking about. It's like what they did with, what was that? Some feature. I can't remember what it is. I don't know. They just did that with something. It escapes me right now. What's up, Celestial Turks? We can all theory craft and theorize how 42 in the PU is going to be until it actually is. Yeah, there's no knowing. There is no knowing. What other questions? What else do you guys want to know from the monthly report? If nobody tells me anything, I'm going to start ranting and raving about these quantum travel changes. Cause like, that's a big deal. I don't know. I'm very curious. I want to know. I want to be a fly on the wall in the meeting where they said, you know what? Quantum travel is going to be a manual process. That's drastic. I don't know. And the fact that they're talking about using it to go towards points of interest, like, does that mean that I can just approach a planet in quantum now? What's up with the use the word quanta? I see you, Demandarin. They are, yeah, semi-manual with an acceleration phase. Oh, Maverick, don't worry. Don't worry about changing the animations for quantum. They're going back to the concept age. Jesus. They're going back to the concept art stage. Like, it's definitely, animations, I think, are one of the last things that they'll probably be changing. This is stupid. Someone please make them not make this change. Why don't you like it, Darth Revens? It'd be cool if you can drive direct to stuff, right? I don't know how much control they're gonna give you, right? I don't know if it's gonna be every complete granular control over the direction you're going while you're flying, but it's definitely made to make you consider your ship acceleration and your heading while in quantum travel, which is a big clue. OCS was the first step to moving people around, updating at the refresh rate and updating to their limited time slice. Yeah, random QT would be great to come back. I don't want to be stuck in a cockpit in 15 minutes quantum. I don't think that's going to be the case. I don't think this is going to force people to manually fly. I think this is going to be an additional option on how to quantum. You know, you can get out of your seat and quantum at the minimum speed on a straight line and not have to worry at all, or you can take manual control. You can use your acceleration to go faster. You can maintain heading at this higher speed, and you can get there more quickly than the person who doesn't want to focus. That sort of give and take that they do with all the games. That's a theory coming from Astropub, actually, and I subscribe to it. I don't think they're going to force people to sit at the cockpit for quantum travel, though, because we have things to do on our ships, right? How do I bleep myself in real time? I got a little button here and a quick bleep finger. I'm dying. How did you get the bleep to? Yeah, I got a little fucking button here that just gotta tap that. Keeps me family friendly. Also, bleeps are just funnier than curse words. My Twitch started acting up, so I had to head over to the tube. Welcome, Billy Angel. Good to see you at a live show, DP Gaming. Seems to mainly focus on initiating the jump, not necessarily controlling it the entire time. It's a good point, Lethargian, and that is something that I was thinking about. At the end here, they mention spooling up, entering, and exiting. They don't really mention the middle period. So that's why I'm still hesitant, because it might not be completely like Super Cruise, but there is something about maintaining a heading. Your main issue is them slowing down the QT times. Well, hopefully they don't slow them down. If they do slow them down, though, I guess, are you saying because they're talking about travel boost, they're probably going to slow down the initial, the basic quantum travel times? Might be restricted to planetary system space. Maybe this is just talking about spline jumping or the replacement of spline jumping. How fast can you bleep in a row? I couldn't keep up with it. I just start cursing. Most of us are too old for those kind of time sinks. Well, also hopefully, Grumpy, by the time we're really worried about that, there's enough content around planets that you're not quantum traveling every day, right? Like you'd only quantum travel to a new planet maybe once a week because you just have enough content finally. That's the dream, I guess. The only manual flying you remember them saying is that you'll have to do is when we go through jump points. Yeah, so what I'm saying here is that they're introducing a new idea of manual flying. In the monthly report, they've now mentioned the responsibility of maintaining a heading while in quantum travel, which wouldn't be possible with the current version of quantum because we can't control our ship. So what I think they're saying is that they are now changing quantum to allow for some level of manual control. Could it be like a mini game? I honestly, I hope not. I don't want them to make too much out of travel. Like, maintaining a heading is cool, but I wouldn't like it to be like a mini game or anything like that. I don't want to be a professional quantum traveler. I just want to be decent at it. I just want to get where I need to go and know how to do it. And like, make it look cool. Right? Can always just do some farming. 4.0 Star Citizen welcomes quantum planet collisions. Oh, imagine if they were like, now you gotta watch out for every asteroid out there. Don't hit them. As I said earlier, I'd love much slower quantum and more local gameplay instead of crossing the system 6 times a day. Yeah. That's a big one. That's a huge one that's so hard to even consider. Not having to quantum to another planet to do a mission. It just sounds impossible right now. But I really, really hope that they... I actually used to track every mission I could find when I reviewed a new patch. I stopped doing that last year, but it was like anywhere from 15 to 25 missions on average around a planet when I arrived there. And it stayed like that for like 3 patches. So I don't think they were focusing on expanding that yet. But maybe with server meshing. You guys think that they would treat the quantum travel like that Star Wars episode did where the ship flies through the other ship and like breaks the lore or something? Actually, you know what? I don't want to get into that argument. Forget I even said anything about Star Wars. That's a whole nother debate that we just don't have time for. What if you can't quantum to Grim and have to slow boat it because of the belt? Ugh. But that's kind of what the Aaron Halo belt gates are about, right? Do I think we'll need engineers or navigators to enable jumps in bigger ships? I think navigators would definitely help you do better at the game. Having somebody who knows how to jump around faster. Oh no, we started the Star Wars talk. I'm forbidden from mentioning anything past Star Wars Episode 6. Is that chronologically speaking or developmentally speaking? Because there's a lot of good Star Wars stuff after 6, right? I guess like basically everything. I actually haven't started watching Obi-Wan yet. I'm working on and watching other things first. A million Star Wars nerds just cried out in pain at the reference to the blind jumps. As if, what is the quote? As if they all cried out and were immediately silenced. Yeah, sorry dude, that was just a 30K. The whole server just got kicked out. It's nothing big, no big deal. Boba Fett was a disaster? I never watched it. Let me annoy Grumpy even more. If you can get a capital ship off the ground without a whole bunch of crew on it, I'll be very disappointed in CIG. Without a whole bunch of crew on it. Well, see, but I get that. If you invest a bunch of time and money into getting a gigantic ship, then you should probably also have the responsibility of making sure it runs right. Yeah? Like, you can start it up as a single person, but it ain't gonna be fun. Yeah, Obi-Wan's out. I think it came out last week. Screw Disney for slow releasing their shows. We're past that, Disney. You would have to full bridge crew to help fly a ship. It would be cool to chart new jump lanes. I think that, like, if you had a big ship, like an Idris or a Javelin, you should at least have an engineer who's actually in the engine compartment doing something to help with the startup process. A pilot, obviously, who's, like, you know, flying. And probably another engineer who's able to run around and get relays or something. A navigator, maybe, but meh. You can get around without a navigator, right? We'd have to have a ton of stuff to do in our ships. Yeah. Agreed. I think there will be a navigator mechanic, and I think that might fall in line a bit with whoever does, what is it called? Oh no, they took this off the progress tracker. Freaking long distance probing. Hold on. Let me see if I still have... How rude of them. So there is this feature that they talked about last year. They put it on the progress tracker, right? I was super pumped about it. They talked about it too, I think. And I made a video on it. I don't know if I ever have any shots of it on the progress tracker. But I made a whole animation. You can go watch this if you like. It discusses how the idea of long distance tracking will work. Or how long distance scanning will work. In this example, we used Flavortown. And it's essentially the idea is that you'll be able to, like, send out probes to different parts of the system. These probes will act as their own ships that ping for like different things, derelict ships, deposits of resources, space stations, stuff like that. And then once that all gets discovered, it gets sent back to your ship, and then you kind of have to decide on what you're going to do on it. I don't know why they removed it from the progress tracker. I guess it's much further out than they were thinking, and just another one of those things that, like, they mentioned probably too early. But I think that could be part of the navigator role. Is, I mean, that's a scanning person. Scanning and navigating could be the same person, could be a different person, but that idea of you have to discover things at a great distance and then kind of focus in on them to find them is, I think, going to be a big part of the navigation role. Can see allowing players to get their cap shifts off the ground and flying, but purely in a they're moving it from point A to point B sense. Right, they're not taking it out to do things. Yeah, I get you. Looks like a lot like the way they do probing in EVE Online. Yeah, I think I heard that it's kind of similar. What's the navigator skill in Warhammer or Dune? I actually don't know either of those fictions very well. I know Dune's fiction, kind of, but I don't know how their probing works. You like the idea, but it will be a nightmare if you have to wait for someone to shuttle out to your ship every time someone logs or disconnects, so you can just move the ship. Those kinds of large ships, I don't think are going to be able to disconnect. I think they'll have to be stayed docked at a space station, maybe. That seems all still up in the air. Keeping every one of those ships docked and physicalized at all times does sound kind of ridiculous, and like they wouldn't be able to do it. But I've heard whispers and murmurs about it. Yeah, you use three-dimensional space to triangulate signals. Exactly. So yeah, it's a lot like the Elite Dangerous one. Filtering the HUD would be useful for quantum travel. Hopefully something they do with the rework. Think that'd only be for exploration though, right? If you're in an already explored system, you should have stations on your map. Yeah, so this wouldn't just be for stations. Like, you'd already have stations if they were already known. I think this will go for anything that's unknown. So resources like derelict ships, mining deposits on planets and in asteroids, maybe even derelict space stations that haven't been mapped. Stuff like that. Because these things will be showing up procedurally as well. They won't be permanent things. So somebody could scan that same spot. 2 weeks later, there might actually be something there. It means the Terrapin will have drones, for example. I don't know. The Terrapin might not be able to do long distance probing. The terrapin might just be good for short distance scanning, but be really, really good at it. Computer level intelligence in Dune? Oh, kind of like in StarCraft, how they use aliens as their dropships. Yeah, all those massive capital ships, there's a lot of them, which is why I'm like, I don't know if they're gonna all stick around. Do I think that gunfights versus AI and Squadron are in the same terrible state that gunfights with the AI and the PU are? No, because like, if you play against the AI in Star Citizen when they're actually working, they're freaking scary. Like, I don't like fighting them. They're so good. I'm imagining on a closed development cycle patch thing with no like real networking issues that they're having and no, 50 people in there causing a bunch of load. Probably a lot better for Squadron right now. Sniping Kiwi, thank you so much for subscribing with your Prime. Much appreciated. If you got Twitch Prime or Amazon Prime rather, you do get a free subscription to any channel. You don't have to use it here, but do use it on one of your favorite Twitch streamers. It means a lot. It's a lot of good support for people. Will you be stuck in NDA for 318 at Evocati? Probably, yeah. I'm not in Evocati, but I bet they will be NDA'd. Dynamic server meshing should allow for physicalized capital ships, at least in theory. Yeah, but like there's so many. Imagine you roll up to a space station and there's like 120 capital ships docked there. I don't know how they'd handle it. But it's definitely, it's a question. Because, like you said, if you just want somebody to move a ship and you happen to despawn it at one space station, it's going to be a pain for the people in your org to go find it elsewhere. This is like the perfect place for discussion and information. Mr. Tomatoes' very own Reddit. I do like just having these resources open and talking about this stuff. It's a joy. It's my favorite kind of stream. All I need is like some food. Ooh. Heck yeah. Some freaking granola. Now we got a good time. Do I know how the new hangars are gonna work? A little bit. I've only from really what they said, I think. Let's see if it's on here. Oh, it's persistent hangars, huh? What does it say? It also bring changes to the cargo gameplay loop by allowing. So I guess they don't talk too much about it. Hangar replacements. Oh, this is right. They showed this. They showed the hangar replacements on one of these. This? So these are the new hangars. These are cool looking hangars. I like them. I like them on that structure. So the way that hangars are going to work from what I know is that you will be able to always... I don't think you'll have an assigned hangar, but every time you go to a place, it'll be like how we all have a specific inventory at that place. We'll all have a specific hangar. So you could get hangar 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, but once it loads and the door opens, it will have all of your stuff in it. So we can store cargo in the hangar, I believe. And we'll have to load cargo from the hangar into the ships. But as far as I'm aware, you're not going to get despawned as fast. Nobody else can come to your hangar unless you're with them or you give them permission or they're in your party or something. And they'll be much more like personalized and cut off from everyone else. We're going to have this app that goes along with it too. And I think this will take, this takes the place of the terminals we currently use. So you'll be able to call your ships and stuff from your mobiGlas. And I think that's probably all going to come together, but it's like a year behind what it was supposed to be at. Do I think we'll have Squadron 42 at the end of the year? No. The reason that it all says that those chapters are ending at the end of the year is that's just how much they've scheduled for so far. Ooh, yeah. Love me some granola. I don't know, we're going to have the same hangar on every station, or are we going to have just one hangar in our main spawn? I think we'll have our own hangar at every station. I just don't think they'll be physicalized because they'd run out of hangars very quickly. Oh, I see. If you need 3 players on a ship to fly it and one person goes link dead, they'd have to wait. I think you'll still be able to get in the pilot seat and fly the ship. You'll just be very inefficient about it. Man, this is good. Gosh. $130 calories, that's not bad. Whoa! Dang it, I spilled. For granola, that's not terrible. Yeah, the persistent hangars is a big deal. Being able to store cargo, load your own cargo, have some level of belonging and responsibility. We don't have that yet. We haven't had that with our own apartments. We haven't had that with our own inventories up until just recently. So they're slowly starting to make this game feel more personalized, which is nice. Will persistent hangars have a fee to own one? Probably not right now, but in the future I think so. We'll have to pay fees for storing cargo. We'll have to pay docking fees. We'll have to pay fees for loading our cargo into our ship. Everything is planned to be a trade-off of time, money, and convenience. You know, you can work hard and make a lot of money. That way you never have to actually worry about landing at a space station because you can always pay the fees. You never have to worry about loading your cargo because you can always pay someone. You don't even have to bring a friend with you to gun someone down because you can afford the best AI blades. It always feels like a trade-off in this game. Did I bring enough to share with everyone? I didn't even bring enough for myself. See if I can get this back into the bag. Just all over me. Get in there. And it's on the floor. Perfect. Good job. How many carbs? Good carbs, it says. It says all the good carbs. 19 grams, actually, per serving. It's quite a bit. But it's granola. What are you going to do? Most pledges include a personal hangar. Right. Yes. You remember when that was all the game ever was your personal hangar? You know, I'm gonna see if I can partner with these people. Can I shill for you guys? You send me free granola? That stuff's good. Anywhere that you can read about expected plans for hangars? No. They haven't really released any, like, significant... It's pretty scattered. Like, there are some documents that they have. Sorry, there are some, like, engineering design documents that they have here. Show you guys those. These are a great resource if you want to learn more about where this game's headed. I don't think a lot of people know these exist. They are pretty old, so they're outdated in some ways, but they have several of these documents where you could just go in and learn every detail about what they want to do with different parts of the game. This is actually... This one might be too old to go off of. Mining. They've got... Let's see. They've got ship components. They've got how is cargo going to work. They've got how are fuel mechanics going to work. Repair. Careers and roles as a whole. The new damage system. Shield management. The death of a spaceman. How is the economy going to happen? Like I said, a lot of this stuff is outdated. And it has been superseded by other details, but this still gives a really good idea of the depth they want to go to. Like, I think better than anything, this explains the idea behind Star Citizen. But like, this is a 9-year-old document, so I wouldn't take any of this as spoken word, as written in stone. It's just helpful, just background. They explained hangars in one of the SC Live. I forgot which one it is. Huh? Was it recently? I could try and find that if it was in the last couple years. Just started playing this game, so much to learn, but you're down. Yeah, Morris, this game's deep. For how unfinished it is, there's a lot going on, and it's all changing all the time. Open the cargo engineering design. This one basically talks about different things like how to load cargo and stuff. I think they actually go into... Oh, I thought they had examples of grabby hands. But yeah, this is... how old is this one? See, this is 2017. So they kind of already had 3.0 in mind when they were doing this, so they understood where they wanted to go. This would be a very good one to read right now with the cargo refactor coming up. Because I bet you some of the stuff that they talk about with the cargo refactor is the stuff they're putting in here. Oh, cargo interaction. I think that's the one I was thinking about with the grabby hands. Yeah, so I've used these videos in some of my own videos before. This is the best one. Kind of shows how they want boxes to be something that you don't necessarily just click on a button. This is actually, whenever somebody talks to you about the physicalized inventory system that's going to replace the inventory system we have now, this is what they're talking about. Instead of just selecting a box in an inventory UI, you put the literal objects into the box, and then you pick the box up. You pick the box up, and then you can move it around yourself. And they actually kind of redid this too. See if I can find that video. Yeah, so here, they basically redid the same thing in Engine. They put a bunch of weapons into a box, and they had somebody walk around with the weapons in that box. So it's the same idea, and they've always hinted at it. And it's part of this whole physicalized inventory thing they talk about. Oh, the old use button, yeah. Traumatizing. A month ago, you couldn't tell me the first thing about this game. Here I am lecturing. Here you are lecturing your friend on the Second Tavaran War and the end of the Mesa regime. One of us. I love it. Am I going to play tonight? I might play later tonight, like in like 6 hours or so. I'm not playing during this stream though. For this stream, I just wanted to chill with you guys and talk about the upcoming progress, or rather the more recent progress in development of the game, answer any questions, and just chill and chat. They have a lot more examples updated. Ooh. When did they add these? Know about this. Oh, I don't think I've seen that. What? Why haven't I seen this? Has anybody seen this before? I've never seen that UI. I'm happy to see that they have some sort of a mobile UI used to show cargo. I've definitely seen this. I've seen these. I've seen these. Not on this page, but I've seen these. This is recent. When do you know? This is 2021, 22. What does this say? Oh, they all say that. Okay. When did they add that? Here's a link for it. I want to do a quick internet, what's it called? Internet time machine. That's super interesting. Let me go back a year and see if that stuff was there. June 14th, 2021. Yeah, it was there a year ago. Has it been that long since I looked at this page? All right, let's do 2 years ago. July 22nd, 2020. August 6th, 2021. That's when they posted about cargo refactor and persistent hangers. Yeah, but it looks like this stuff was there before that. This is all the way in 2020. So it's been there for a while. I guess I just didn't scroll down far enough. So I don't remember that last part. Let's see. If it was here in 2018, then somebody's lying to me. Oh, they're definitely just art. But I still don't remember them ever having any concepts for some of this stuff. So they're going to have different containers for liquids. Oh, they have thrusters on them? Why would they put thrusters on the containers? So that you could just have the containers move themselves? That's fun. Nope, it was still there in 2018. I'm just, I'm an idiot. I didn't, wow. That is very surprising. Although, this wasn't here. Oh wait, yeah, it was. Grav palette. Yeah, I guess I just was not paying that much attention because there was some other stuff down here for a long time. Cool, but that's cargo, and these are all available on the old RSI website. It goes from cargo. You can learn about straight up passenger transport. Like, this is ridiculous. You can come in here and learn about how you have to make drinks for passengers in passenger transport gameplay. Is it actually going to happen? I don't know. But again, don't take it all with a grain of salt. They've got something on here for repair also, which is kind of like the opposite of salvage. I'm sure they'll build more into this in the future because they talk about, you know, material types. They talk about the combinations of... Dude, I don't even know. I don't know if they're going to do that still. Because these are, like I said, just 7 years old. Attach a control module. Use the container's thrusters to move it around in 0G. That would be cool. I didn't realize we were going to get anything like that. I see a Wild Avenger 1 in the chat. What's up, brother? How's it going, man? How you doing, buddy? Good that it still surprises me. Yeah, sometimes they still can. I'm still, like, this is the kind of detail that I'm like, excuse me, what? Ship mass is a good one. This is one that I think confuses a lot of people. We don't really take ship mass into account right now when we're flying. And I think it's going to make a big difference once we... Ooh. Excuse me? This is what the 600 Eyes interior is supposed to look like? Hello? Can we get a rework, please? This is gorgeous. This looks like a... this looks like if Origin made a Crusader ship. And I love it. I guess the angles on the doors don't look very Origin, but why can we please get this for the 600i? This looks so good. The ship we were seeing was the original 300i. That was before the rework. This guy. If space is supposed to be 0G, why do I pull so many Gs in space dogfights that I black out? Because you got freaking strong thrusters on your ship. Right? It tells you in the bottom left-hand corner if you're pulling really high Gs from your ship. seen it previously and I thought it was a Crusader passenger plane. This, the concept, yeah, I really like that. I don't think I've ever seen this concept. I like this for the 600 though. It feels much more solid than what they currently have in there. We know about the whole pipeline for ships. Anything you can comment on Planet in that regard? The Planet pipeline? Planet pipeline is going very, very, very well. That's actually what that whole video I was talking about earlier. You know what? I'm pretty sure. So this is the playlist I was talking about for supporters. I don't want to play this too much. But there is a part in here where I talk about the moons, yeah, so we talked about the ship pipeline a bit in this video, but here we go. Is this it? In September, it took so I don't remember it off the top of my head, but this will kind of tell you, this was about old moons they made. This is like 2 years ago, I want to say, is the stuff that I'm about to talk about in this video, but this gives you an idea of how they're doing with the Planet pipeline. Back to the planetary side of things, from the introduction of Lyria and Walla in September, it took 7 months for their full release in 3.5 the next year. Specifically speaking, Lyria, a single moon, took 2 people an entire month to make. By the time Microtech was finished production, the required 3 moons for the patch had been taken from concept to completion in 1 quarter, with one developer able to produce 2 moons solo in 1 month. So that was kind of the big turning point, I think, for them when they were making planets, is they just straight up switched from like 2 devs having to spend a bunch of time on a couple things to 1 dev being able to spend a little time and do multiple things. And I think we are seeing that a bit with Pyro. And because they got to the state that they did with like being able to just put together planets that looked beautiful very quickly, they started to expand a bit more with like the different things that they were going to include on the planets. So in some of these videos, you can see things like these massive rock arches and stuff in the background, like these things that you can fly through. They've shown us other things like canyons that they're building, and I think we're seeing that because their Planet pipeline has gotten so good and they've gotten so fast at making this stuff. The G-forces that you're pulling in space are a reaction to your ship rather than a reaction to a moon. So like the best way to think about it is with acceleration, it's essentially just an object trying to change direction or change level of movement. So at any point, if you ever change direction or speed, your body or the object that's being put under that level of force doesn't want to do it. And so it gets its own inherent G's applied. It's like when you're in a car and you go around a turn, you get thrown into the side of your seat. That's a G-force. And so like, even if you're in the car in space, if you still manage to apply a thrust to the car that changes your direction, you'll still get some of those G's. So even if you're in space, it'll still make you black out if you're pushing too hard. Do I have a system planned for far in the future that I'm excited for? The Ellis system. Freaking paradise. It's beautiful. Remember when discussing org uniforms and showed examples using Test Squadron org uniforms? That'd be cool. You just finished watching the podcast One Punch? I hope you liked it. Indeed, inertia. How do we get the exclusive videos? As a channel member, it's right there on the channel. Like on the main page, you'll see a playlist called Member Only Videos. You can just click them and watch them. It'll be weird when they add commercial flights into SC. It is going to be strange, and I wonder how many players will be on the commercial flights. I'll do it just to try it out. The three rules of motion, Skippy. The idea that there's no gravity in space is wrong. If that were the case, your moon would... That's true. I can't wait for a jungle planet. That'd be very cool. Do we think that the Vulture will be introduced in 3.18 with salvage? Absolutely. Yeah. How do we watch member videos if we're subbed on Twitch? I will show you. So if you're a subscriber on Twitch, Twitch is not as easy to use for these kinds of things as YouTube. All you have to do is come to my Discord server here, the garden. Scroll down to High Garden, which is a specific area for supporters. And then at the top is this supporters alerts. And you will be able to click into that, go up to the pins, and I pin every exclusive video that comes out for supporters. So if you just scroll through here, this is for Twitch supporters. This is for... I mean, everybody really gets access to this. Even if you're a YouTube supporter and you don't want to go through YouTube, you can do this on Discord. But all of the exclusive videos are right here. And again, that's in supporter alerts on the server. Exclamation point Discord if you need access to that. Space Frames, thanks for becoming a member on YouTube. Appreciate it. Physics model doesn't even accurately account for gravity, which is sad. Yeah, it doesn't. It's not like a gradient level of gravity. It just turns on and off. Kind of a bummer. I think the arrival and departing screens on spaceports will start working. Yeah, with commercial flights. And I hope the planets with multiple landing zones will get some form of flights that go there, but I don't know. No way of knowing. Whenever you bring these things up, someone tells you to bugger off to KSP or DCS. You'd actually be excited to hear, Chris. I don't know if it's still the case, but back in the day when Delamar was still in the game, if you were able to get up to the right level of speed orbiting Delamar, you could turn your thrusters off and actually orbit it. Like the gravity would work and keep you going around, but I don't know if that's still true. He said that sensitive cargo boxes from the events are prototypes for passengers. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a very good idea. I didn't even think about that. If they get their tools to work fast enough, we might get that for April Fool's Day at some point. A moon made out of cheese. Yum. Yeah, not everyone wants to travel with their Crusader plane. Some of us are all about Drake, huh? Some of us want the best of the best. Yeah, it's good to bring up the flight mechanics. They have a really difficult spot to hit with the Star Citizen flight model. They used to be more simmy about it, and I feel like now they're trying really hard to make sure they don't discourage too many people with the flight model. But they still got a lot of work to do on it, especially in atmosphere. Like to see our solar system with our Earth still recognizable. Earth is in the game. Y'all want to see it? I believe they have 4 landing zones, or 3. New York, Shanghai? I believe it's New York, Shanghai, Moscow, and Paris. Oh gosh, I can't remember. So here's Shanghai. Not super destroyed. Actually looking quite fancy and feeling quite good about itself. If we're being honest, look at all the circles. How many buildings do you know would waste that much space on circles? They must be doing well. And then there is... That's Terra. I believe this is New York. Right? I'm pretty sure this is New York. Oh, okay. Zoinks, they say. Just 3? Okay, Shanghai, New York, and Moscow. Does it show up on the web map? Yeah, on the star map on our the Arc star map. Yes. Where is this? Is this This might be more Moscow, I think. I actually can't tell where this is. This is another landing zone on Earth, though. And you can tell, like, they are going for this... Oh, is it Tokyo? I thought it was Shanghai. They're trying to do this thing with the Earth landing zones where it's, like, futuristic and very cool looking, like 900 years in the future, but also they have, like, these... They've preserved old buildings, so it's like a mixture of old buildings and new. And in one of these pictures, you can actually see that they plastic wrapped. I mean, I'm sure it's not plastic, right? It's 900 years in the future. What kind of monsters would we be to still be using plastic? I don't see it. There's a picture somewhere where you can tell the buildings have been wrapped in plastic to maintain their health. So this is one of the pictures of Moscow. Dang it, guys! Why can't I just get a straightforward picture of this place? So this is Moscow. There we go. You can see it. So you see in the background, this little like translucent film over the older building. You see it here too. That's kind of what they're talking about. That's just part of the lore of the Earth landing zone. This bar always looks like an MSR. It looks like a very large Mercury Star Runner. You can't see it on the screen. Let me do it like this. This looks like a very large MSR. Just like sitting over here with people standing underneath. It always gets me. Ooh, Moscow Mule always sounds good. When do I think Seoul will come out? I think it's going to be a long time. A long time. And that's good. The longer it takes for them to make Earth, the better Earth is going to end up being. And, like, if there is one planet that they really, really, really should do in high detail, it should be Earth, I think. Yeah, I think we'll get Terra before Earth. Especially because if you go to the Arc Star map, we've actually already started to see some concept art for Terra armor. I think that speaks pretty well towards where it is in terms of development. I would totally go to an MSR that's themed as a bar. So Seoul is here. So if we look at how far away Seoul is from where we're getting work right now... Oh, excuse me, Jesus. That granola. I actually don't know if it's too far. Let's do a route. From Seoul to Stanton. Calculate. Five jumps. So you're looking at a hefty trip if you're going, like, in terms of development, right? We're here, we're working on Seoul, or on Stanton. The next system is Pyro right here. And then the next system after Pyro will likely be Nyx, which is here. And then the system that's probably coming into Nyx, or coming after Nyx based on development, is Odin. Down here. So we got a line, right? Like, you're going from Stanton to Pyro to Nyx to Odin, and not a single one of those systems is on the way to Seoul. Like, Seoul is in the other direction. So I don't think we're going to get here too quickly. It's going to be a while. We have to go through Ellis, which is a huge system. It's like 6 planets. We got to go through Killian, Davian, Seoul. I could see Magnus coming in fairly quickly, and then Terra being really the main hub that comes in earlier on. And as you can see, that's one jump from Stanton. So Terra makes way more sense for Seoul. What's after Odin? No knowing. We don't even know if Odin's going to be next. Odin is just a prediction because they're working on Odin for Squadron 42. But they might honestly say, nah, we're not doing Odin yet. You're going to have to experience that in Squadron before you experience it in Star Citizen. In which case, maybe they'll do Magnus next. Or Castra. Castra has a lot of concept art. It's got jumps to other systems we're getting. And it's a fairly good system in terms of UEE space. Magnus is also a good system. I think it's got 3 planets, and it's the home of Drake Interplanetary, so there's also some interest in getting that one made, but there's really no knowing which systems are coming next other than Pyro and Nyx. Gives you anxiety about development. Yeah, I get that. Any more talk regarding hang gliders? Not that I know of. Yeah, Paul was thinking Castra after Odin. I think Paul's on the spot. He knows his stuff. He knows the lore, and he can. I would put my trust in his call for sure. I would say either Castra or Magnus. People asked that last year during CitizenCon, and they say Sol will probably be the very last planet to be made. Huh. You might see the Retribution in Terra Prime. Oh, because it's under development. Yeah, it's the YouTube spam bots are terrible. Didn't do much research about it, but what system is Squadron 42 about? Odin. Right here. Very, very weird system. It's got 3 planets, and it's got something called the Coil, which also has a planet in orbit, or something like that. The Coil is like this gigantic gas cloud that's like super scary and big, and it is the site of most of the Squadron 42 campaign. Hate that they call it Terra. It's New Terra, and everybody just calls it Terra, but Earth is Terra. Annoying. But they call it Terra in the game. I think that's probably why, right? Earth technically is Terra, but that's boring. Actually, do they just call it Terra? What do they call the other planets in that system? Do they just call it Terra 1, Terra 2, Terra 4, Terra 5? Any more news on the hot air balloons and giant front wheel bicycles? So the front wheel bicycles have reached the gray box stage recently, but they're having some trouble getting it to work along with the cargo refactor. See, these front wheel bikes, the front wheel is its own object container, and the back half of the bike is its separate object container. So when you put in the components, sometimes they'll glitch in between them two, and it'll cause the bike to not start up, or rather it keeps spooling and then shutting off, right? So what they're trying to do is get the cargo refactor into the game first so that they can bring in the big wheeled bicycles. That way, whenever we want to put on our top hats, they don't just blow off of our head because the bicycle's glitching all around, you know? And it's actually also really good because currently the big wheel bicycles have no onboard storage for your monocle, right? So they've got a lot of work to do still on those, but I'm sure it's going well. Thanks for asking. It's a good question. You're wondering if this is a bit or not. Yeah, my humor's rather dry, I guess. I use sarcasm and it doesn't come off as sarcasm. That was sarcastic though. They're not working on big wheeled bicycles. Don't worry. That's not a thing. There we go, there's Terra. Oh, okay, so they call each planet specifically. Gen, Terra, and is it only Gen, Terra, Pike, and Arrow? Okay, yeah, they had to do that because they really wanted to call this planet Terra. Monocle gameplay T0. You can basically just put it on and take it off. You can wear 2 monocles. It's this crazy contraption called glasses. Listen up, everybody. Yo, John Wick. What's up? How's it going? Good to see you. Oh man, I hate that you jumped in here right as I was about to say I'm all done. Nova is the star. Nova Terra? Terra Nova. Yeah, the planet's called Arrow. It's not in the green zone, though. If you go to this map, it's really cool because you could see what the green zone is and get an idea of which planets will have actual landing zones on them. That's a lot of fun. Why would they call a system Terra when Earth is Terra? Whatever, dude, that is still dumb. I mean, it's whatever. I think they just wanted to have fun with it and make sure they had the chance to use the name Terra, but also Earth. Sci-fi things, you know? I'm always making a spectacle of myself. I just get so sick of just making a monocle of me, you know? Funny stuff. You can't use glasses until Monocle Gameplay T2. Oof. It's not as simple as just throwing another glass on the face, players, alright? You don't know game development, alright? It's more complicated than that. I don't think it's stupid, Adrian. I like it. I like that there's a Terra. I mean, they could have called Earth Terra, but that would have also been, I think that would have been more stupid in my opinion. Like, Terra's a cool name. I'm glad they were able to use both Earth and Terra. I don't have a big deal about it. I'm sure they did something with the lore. Like, you could probably look up the lore about how they named it, and it was like some war or something, and somebody said it was dumb, and so they went and killed everyone, and the people who were dumb won. New Terra. I guess they could have called it New Terra. They call everything else on that planet New something, right? New Austin and stuff like that. Let's see. What is this called? Info. Prime. They just call it Prime. Never mind. New Austin is somewhere else. Maybe that's on Earth. That's funny. Yeah, they were just having freaking stupid fun with the naming in this system, it seems. They called the sun Nova, Terra Nova. They called the planet Terra and the city Terra Prime. Them and their freaking sci-fi tropes. When do we get Sword Cane T0? Ooh. I don't know. When are we gonna get a freaking... How do I even put that on my ship? I feel like that needs a whole spaceship for itself. Time for you to head out, do some actual work. Glad you got to catch a stream. See you later, Yames. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. New York. I'd love some bionic legs that let me jump real high. Ooh, do I have something to show you, my friend? You want bionic legs? I'll give you bionic legs. This is something that they've already worked on for the game. I don't know how far along they are on it. This is another one of those things that they probably showed us way too early. They originally were getting it done for a mission giver known as Recco Battaglia. She is no longer in the game because she was at Delamar, but if you look her up, if you look her up and you manage to see her leg, you see that she has what's essentially the first version of that. This is really small. It's going to be super blurry. You can kind of see it right here on her leg though. She has the first version of a bionic leg. So they've definitely been working on it. And I believe... He had such a crush on her. Yeah, they showed in the concepts when the medical gameplay was coming as well, and I'm looking for that right now. I don't even know what folder I would have saved that to. Weapons and tools? No. Features, maybe? Yeah, so here's some of the cybernetics that they've been concepting out. Mainly just arms right now. But like, you want to live that half cybernetic dream? Of course! Star Citizen's doing it! Freaking throw a dart at a dartboard of sci-fi tropes and Star Citizen's probably doing it. Where are some of the other ones? So yeah, no legs on here, just arms, but it's definitely a thing that's happening. And you asked, they delivered. Will it be in customization? I think you'll probably be able to do it if you want customized wise, but they're also talking about it being something that you would get once you receive too many injuries after you die a few times. What about the armored suit? I don't know. I don't know about the armored suit. I think that is mainly Squadron 42 focused. This guy was throwing insults because I brought it up, so that's why I got a bit annoyed and said it's stupid. Ah, I see. If SC lets you do full cyborg, I'm just downloading my brain into the game. Between that and the mech suit, I'm so hyped for Titanfall Citizen. Has anyone heard any updates on the December 2021 where they confirmed med beds? Yeah, they said they're working the med beds in with the rework on the interior, which they said is underway, I think last week or the week before. Wishing to do it until they stop talking about it. Yes. Need to stop adding the extra features. This stuff could wait until the game is more complete. I mean, give me 5 systems and the ships we already have sold to people and then work on whatever you like. Yeah, but like, it's also a stretch goal. So you have people who are like, hey, stop putting in all of these features, but you also have people who are like, hey, you mentioned these features 10 years ago, where are they? So what do? Do they stop putting in the features because people don't want them? Or do they give the features because they told people they were going to do them? It's kind of like a catch-22. But there's also, for some of the features specifically, there are things that I think they're trying to get in early so that when things like big deal things like server meshing come online, those things are already kind of figured out. Like if they were to try and get, say, the medical system into the game in 3 years, as opposed to this last year, then we wouldn't know how the medical system works with taking drugs. We wouldn't know how it works with getting tipsy. We wouldn't know how it works when you take too many shots in your leg. We wouldn't know how medical beds are supposed to work in ships with medical beds. So it's like, it's not a feature that's necessary, but if they wait too long to put it in, the game's going to be too far along for us to test it. I do agree with certain features, like flak ammo. Granted, also probably something that needs to be balanced. But I get where you're coming from. It's just some of the features I think they can't afford not to put them in the game. Cybernetics not being one of those features. Speaking of G4, is that new Top Gun movie still coming out this month? I think that's already out. I think that's been out for a few weeks. Maybe a little off topic, but do you think we have any chance of getting jetpacks in the game? I think some sort of a jump jet kind of thing could be possible, yeah. Oh, he's just being funny. Oh, G-Force, yeah. I see. It was a joke. I get you, Bear Owl. It's fucking funny. If you look at the Titan power armor, there's a lot of concept work. Yeah, there's concept work for the Titan suit. I bet it won't look like this. Right? It's got to look a bit different from this now. I guess even between these two concepts, you can see the differences. But this is some big old mech suit that they wanted to bring into game. Definitely something we could do without. This is one of those features I'd agree with you with. Like, meh. You'll not sleep until you get sleep darts. Can we please talk about gold standard freelancers? Oh, that's a good point. Freelancer would be a good one to go gold standard. Closest thing to a jetpack implementation would be something related to the eject seat mechanics. I'm really hoping they just let us use our EVA thrusters in atmosphere as a little boost. Do I do a video somewhere for the Odyssey Q&A? I have not, no. That's the kind of content that I'm starting to try and put more on my second YouTube channel. So I did one last week for like the Argo SRV. I'm going to do one this week on quantum travel. I'm starting to put out like more casual, quick little bits of information on Space Tomato 2 that you could jump in and like listen for 3 minutes and get the updates. So if you're looking for that QA kind of stuff and all that jazz, feel free to check out that channel. I think I missed a message. Something about stretch goals. Stretch goals are always already so far behind, it's dumb to bitch about. I mean, I look at the collector packages they sold. Not one has been completed or shipped, which is something still unbelievable. Yeah, they need to get on that. I bet they were hoping they could wait until the game was launched to do stretch goals, but it's been too long now. They need to start working more on those. And they do. A lot of times, like, you'll see some new feature come out and you're like, okay, that was on the list. Yeah, this is something the game doesn't need. Not at all. I'm sure it's made for Squadron 42, but like, they don't need to make it available to Star Citizen. Why would we need a mech suit? Unless it's to, you know, load some cargo. Eh? That's what I'm looking for. Sorry, that was a terrible sound. They've already said that these are a far off feature slash item. They said that, but they put it on the roadmap a couple years ago, which was just really dumb of them to do. That's why all of these like pictures are here, because we got when it came out on the roadmap, everybody got pumped. We thought it was going to actually come to the game. See, we had like speculation threads and like, oh yeah, talking about it and all this stuff, and then we realized, oh right, that's right, CIG is just not very good at a roadmap. You think mech suits would bring more to the Battlefield style gameplay? Remember, once we get things to fight over, this will be the best Battlefield game. Yeah, but that shouldn't be what they're focusing on right now. Like, in the future, this should be the best Battlefield game, but first it should be the best space sim. Was mentioned in SCL. Gotcha. Space Tomato 2 as in TOO. Also Space Tomato kind of thing. Space Marines. Yeah, I get it. 40K. 40K vibes. Just to confirm, they removed a full quarter release on the roadmap. Yes. So the roadmap only shows the next quarter coming up, which for us right now is a combination of 3.18, which is here, and 3.17.2, which are all of these tentacle cards, all of these tentative cards on the 3.17 patch. So we won't know about the end of the year patch until... Actually, no. Yeah, I guess they're calling this the Q3 update. So we won't know about this update until October-ish. When you say space sim, do you mean spaceships and that sort of stuff? Or do you also include space marine style gameplay like boarding FPS and that sort of thing? I include that kind of stuff too. That stuff's part of the space sim. Definitely. But I don't think that the mech is an important component to what we're trying to do right now with that. Like, before we got a mech to do assaults on other ships, I'd be like, yo, we need breaching charges. We need the ability to systemically break into those ships themselves. We need another ship that can do boarding like the Legionnaire can. We need probably the ability to tractor beam ships. Like, there's just a lot of features that would go into FPS battles in space before a Titan suit, in my opinion. Normally we have Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4, but straight removed Q2. Wait, what did you originally ask? They removed a full quarter release on the roadmap. This is 3.17 is the Q2 release. Unless you meant the 3.17.2 update, but that's in here. They didn't make a separate slot for that since it's on the same code branch, I think. Yeah, so yeah, 3.17.2, that's what I was saying before. There's a bunch of tentative cards in 3.17, and they're essentially putting these features into 3.17 and updating it that way rather than creating a new branch and bringing in a new update, because the new branch has persistent entity streaming and they don't want that to impact the live game. Let's talk about the mule then. Did we need it? Well, I mean, yeah. Dude, look at how much they're focusing on ground gameplay. Literally, like, they redid hover mechanics last year, right? Which were bad for 4 years. They're redoing ground mechanics right now, which have also been bad for like 4 or 5 years. They're giving us new outposts, which we haven't had any new ones in 5 years. They're giving us new derelicts, which we haven't had in 5 years. They're giving us a cargo refactor, which we've been doing the same since 3.0. Every single addition they're adding in these last 2 years almost has been surrounding ground-based gameplay. So I have no doubt in my mind that the mule is something that they added because they have plans for it. If they don't, then I'm with you, Martin. But like, to look at the trajectory of the game they're making right now in terms of ground gameplay, and then look at the mule and not like connect the dots on that, I think maybe is doing them justice. Maybe they're not that reliable. That's what I get from it though. It'll be an awesome planet. Which planet? Some pyro one? BS no Roboto? They were just late and had nothing for Q2. Oh my f***ing god. That's fair. Yeah, the new locations and new missions are they're just nothing for the update. We'll go with that. The mule was needed. The rover isn't meant for cargo, it's exploration. The Ursa rover? Does it not have any cargo capacity? They fail at diplomacy without even telling an idea because they lack spine to have an original name and be proud of their rock that way. Rock? Wait, that's a conversation that I'm jumping into the middle of. Yeah, mule is an LTI token. There you go, Lava. You got that. I got you. Honestly, you'd say the mech is needed. FPS gameplay is very easy with no real difference between heavy and light enemies. Armor sucks. That's for sure. I'd like for there to be difference between heavy and light enemies, yeah. The mule not having a tractor beam tells me the thing isn't going to be very useful for cargo loading. We better let CIG know that. I think the mule is the worst option for its kind. It's clunky, so it's not something you'd like to bring along instead of cargo. It's maybe something for outposts, but we don't have outposts yet. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. I think that this is a vehicle that looks like it's made more for those pyro outposts with like, you have to go between different buildings. They've talked about like missions in those outposts and stuff and resource management. I think that it might be something that we would use for the larger spaces that are points of interest but aren't cities. I think the mule was done fast like it was because they have been working on capital ships like the Banu and they needed something to unburn on. Any updates on exploration gameplay or scanning changes? Just for the FPS. So they talked about here. They talked about FPS scanning changes allowing you to identify interactable objects and mission critical things. Essentially like building a better augmented reality system to let you like see what you're looking at, understand what you're looking at, stuff like that. J Fish! Yo! J Fish raided! Oh man, I'm sorry I missed you. What's up everybody? How you doing? How you doing? 07's from the fishies. Good to see you all. Here's your shout out, my man. You playing some Star Citizen, dude? Were you did it actually work? It's on the front. Those forks on the front are tractor beam? There's a tractor beam on the forks? Or you just mean they're taking the place of a tractor beam? You were trying to be a pirate. Dude, so was Croncy. Why is everybody being so evil today? What did I miss? You know what would be nice? Having that helmet from the F-35 that allows you to see through your ship. Oh, that freaking... Yeah. It like turns... They should just scrap the Tavaran concept, right? And just give us that. Helmets with full-on augmented displays. F-35 helmet. That's a hardcore looking helmet. What the heck? That thing looks neato. Heck yeah, I'd wear one of these. Flying my ship. I don't know why I'd be expected to, but I'd do it. We have too much trust in our spaceships, honestly. We should probably have one of these things in our spaceships with little tubes. We're just so trusting. We're like, oh yeah, it'll have oxygen. Sure. Little do we know that we could just fall out of the seat into space. You had a bit goal last month to be a pirate for a week. Oh, how is it going for you so far? The pirate life is a tough one in this game. With railguns, missile launchers, and grenades already in game, I'm surprised there aren't already heavier duty ground troops to fight. Nobody is shooting down a buccaneer with a railgun. Yeah, that's a good point. We don't have like a good balance of combat stuff, which I guess is what they wanted to do with Theaters of War, but F in chat for the Theaters of War. They work as a tractor beam. The only thing is you don't move the item back and forth with the energy field. You just pick it up. Way I remember, they had salvage and cargo system refactor for Q2, and they changed to add small tasks to the already released 317 and push back all tasks slated in June to September. Not that I care, just seems like what's happened there. See, I can agree with you on that, no. They definitely pushed back the cargo refactor and salvage to go with 318, but like what we get isn't, it's not like this is a no update. I mean, I really hope that people, I mean, we're getting new missions with new locations. I don't know. That's some of the most important kind of stuff that can be added to the game, in my opinion. So people can write it off as an extra part of 317, but with this, and I'm assuming some of the other changes that are coming besides these cards, we can still wait to see what else will be there. I still feel like it's a decent, well, I don't care for these two. Illegal missions and the dynamic event, that's cool. But like a dynamic event isn't enough for a new patch. I'll give you that. AI navigation, points of interest, and new missions, I think are enough to carry a patch depending on what else they have to support it. But we'll see if they have anything else to support it. If 317 doesn't have anything else in it, 317.2, then I'll agree. That is a disappointing outcome. Kind of have that already. If you use head tracking, you can target things behind your ship. That's true. If you can turn your head around, like I can't really do that well. You have tractor beams at work? What do you mean? How do you use a tractor beam at work? You don't want the mech, but what this? I am disappointed. Wait, don't want the mech, but want. What did I say I wanted? The mule? Honestly, the mech could be a mule, right? If they took the gun off of the mech and gave us an ability to load boxes on it, it's basically a mule with legs. $500 million for that helmet? Ew. Ew. That's like a whole Star Citizen for one helmet. Sort of fair for the missions, but also they were supposed to start rolling out dynamic missions on a frequent basis with their new tech. Yo, that's actually something I wanted them to talk about it, either CitizenCon or the Year in Review, that they haven't talked about. They very briefly kind of mentioned that Quantum didn't quite make it to where they wanted it to last year, and that they still had a little bit of work to do, because Tony last summer had said that it was due for last year. And then they mentioned that commodities are starting to track Quantum a little bit, but we still don't know much about the dynamic events being spawned or any of that, really. No, I agreed on that part. And honestly, I can't say I expect much more from the Quantum system this year. Quantum system is one of the most disappointing developments. Not because it's not doing anything. It's just really, really slow. So slow. Head tracking doesn't need you to completely turn your head around. Yeah, but it's funny. I don't get the disdain, considering that 3.18 is lining up to be one of the most influential patches to the game to date. A 3-month delay at least feels like a price to pay for its encompassing change to how the game fundamentally works. I agree with you, and I subscribe to that, but I'm also completely on board with the whole this is another delay to salvage. Like, after all of this, salvage did end up getting delayed again. That's egg on my face. I'm gonna eat those words. I was saying again and again, oh, we got proof salvage is definitely coming, and it is definitely coming, but 3 months later. TM. Like the one in the Aliens movie. Exactly. Yeah. Just turn it into one of those. Whatever happened to them being able to create a whole new planet with their brand new studio in a few weeks per planet? Anyone else remember that? Yeah, they made like all of Pyro in a year. They're making planets pretty dang fast now. I don't think that's changed per se. There's a clickbait video for you. This Star Citizen inspired helmet costs $500 million. It costs a whole Star Citizen. Squadron 42 don't even want to hear about the last 10 years it was supposed to be released. Hey, in their defense, they only gave us 4 different release years, and then they learned and stopped. Oh man, Squadron is such an embarrassing topic. Chris is the world's slowest human being to finish a project. This is a fact. I don't know, man. I don't know. The what's his name? What is his name? Dang it. It's not Ripley, right? No. James Cameron. James Cameron takes a while on his things. I think the first Avatar movie was like 14 years. Oh boy. Kind of the same story though. They spent most of the time working on the first Avatar movie, just building the cameras and the tech to shoot the movie. Oh, or I can introduce you to the old bullet train of California. Oh my God, does anybody else live here that's freaking sick of that? Sad news. But yeah, Chris has got that going on for himself. It's rough. The Planet content team is able to poop out systems pretty quick at this point. They talked about it at SitCon last year. Yeah, they're pretty fast. You stopped paying attention right after you initially backed in 2013. It's all y'all's fault for all these stretch goals. Damn newbies. Oh yeah, Gabe Newell takes a little while. Yeah, George R.R. Martin is probably the poster child for it these days. That's an empty planet with no real assets other than nature on it. Hand-placed outposts and POI takes a lot more time. Yeah, but like that's the thing. They didn't say they could make a planet with a bunch of outposts and cities. They just said they could make planets very quickly, which they can now. That's not what takes a long time. Worked at every project he's worked on. Oh no, Astro, I'm not disagreeing with you. Chris definitely takes a long time at his projects. I was saying that there were some other people. I was trying to like get other people that he's like. Didn't hurt my feelings, man. Trust me, I've had a lot of shit thrown at me doing this. going to be your excuse when you're late for a project. Hey, look at James Cameron. Yeah, guys, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to say James Cameron is an excuse. I'm saying Chris is like James Cameron. Oh my fucking God. Yeah, to think about that Kingdom Come Deliverance, which was also a big Kickstarter success, is now said to get a sequel while SC is still in alpha. Yeah. And SC's going to be in alpha for a while. Oh boy. People would be a lot more lenient on Star Citizen if other game companies were this transparent. It's not CIG, it's just what happens when new tech needs to be invented to make the game work. It kind of, like, the last 4 years or so, I think we're starting to see it more with all these games that keep releasing and they're just not finished. Like, they're broken, they're missing huge chunks of the game. Literally my two most anticipated games of the last decade were both like that. Cyberpunk and Halo Infinite. Both launched and were just not finished. Because I think you're right. It's just not that easy anymore. These games are too big and too complicated, and you either need to take a lot longer to make it, or do what they've been doing, which is annoying and leads to games sucking. God, Halo is dying! Why didn't they just take 2 more years? Why didn't they just delay it longer, guys? It's painful. Oh, you weren't talking to me, Astro? I got you. Just saying a fact about the man. I do think the project will get finished. I don't even think that, I don't think it's bad to acknowledge he's got like he reminds me of Elon Musk too, in the way that he'll say things because that's how he wants them to be, but then there's not really a super realistic path to get to that point. I mean, I'm sure he has one in his head, but like everybody else is like, but how are we gonna do that, dude? But you know, Chris. I'm sure we can all remember 2016. Let's take a moment. Let's all take a moment, pour one out. 3.0 with 3.1 to follow soon after. With for anybody who hasn't seen this, I think everybody should take a second. 3.1 was supposed to have refueling, refining, the whole C. And then 3.2 was supposed to have salvage and repair, new mercenary missions. I mean, at least we got all the ships. That was solid. And then 3.3, this was the best one. With farming. Oh my god, with farming. And then after 3.3, could you even imagine what it would be? None other than 4.0, folks. It's been a full-on journey going through the predictions. No disagreement with that. The amount of enjoyable content you've seen from SC creators has made you more excited for what the game will eventually become. Join the club, man. CIG doesn't tell us everything. Think about it. Think about if they did sales would be as good with new people, and that's because of delays. If they did, sales would be as good with new people. I feel like sales are really good with new people. I think I read that wrong. Salvage don't sell no ships, dude. Come on. They're gonna be selling freaking vultures like crazy this year. If they had gotten salvage in with the reclaimer, they probably would have made way more money with the reclaimer. Farming now, on the other hand. Ain't nobody care about tomatoes, potatoes, yams, lambs, grams of scams. Do I ever share my favorite experience from Star Citizen that I've had so far? Nothing significant enough to come to my head, to be honest. Before this year, I didn't get to play the game that much. I'm really trying now to get more into the game, to play with people, to hang out and learn more about how the game works gameplay wise, because really all the times I got to play were on stream, and it's difficult to have the best experience playing a game on stream because you're not just playing the game. So most of the time it's dynamic events though. I'm really looking forward to this new dynamic event coming in. I'm going to be playing hardcore with my org, and I think that's probably going to be some of the best Star Citizen gameplay I've gotten. Feel like it's been turning around recently though. Yeah, definitely. So like the stuff I'm talking about here, this is 2016. This was them at their worst. 2016 to like 2019, they were really, really bad with predictions. And even 2020 till 2021, they were still struggling, but they got a lot better. I think they still have a couple of issues with it, of course. But, you know, lowering the scale of the roadmap, the game getting to a place where they no longer have to like sell it all the time, people can play it and figure it out. I think it's getting a little bit better. I don't think Star Citizen will come out on console. Maybe decades down the line, maybe a decade from now or something. Squadron might though. Farm the shit out of those planets. Beets? You'd farm beets, man? I could see space corn. I don't know about beets though. That's an intense food. They're genuinely doing something new and groundbreaking. Fortunately, this model has enabled it to survive past the 10 times it would have been bankrupted by a publisher. It's like yeah, it's one of those things, you know, it's a necessary evil. They probably could have done it better, but all in all, the funding model was kind of a necessary evil, yeah. Do we see what every dollar is spent on? You know what? I don't know if it's every dollar. But they put out their financial report for every year. So you can go through this and see. Yeah, I guess technically it's every dollar. No. Well, I don't know how detailed they get. You're gonna have to read this. I don't get too deep into these. But they do put out their financial reports for every year to kind of show some of that stuff. Obviously, this isn't long enough to say every dollar. That actually might be more work than it's worth, to be honest. I wonder what the percentage of people who read this would be, who back the game. All I could think of when I hear persistent farming is how many griefers are going to live for making that impossible. They're going to steal your plants. Sounds like you're going to have to set up a cartel then, which even means even more money. Take a tour like I did and you will see. Is that the studio tour? I lost my spot. Ooh, thank you for the Prime sub, Disky. Much appreciated. Just saying the statement that they are transparent is wrong. It's fair. They're not 100% transparent. But I think when people say transparent, generally they're just comparing it to the rest of the industry. CIG isn't like all 100% transparent, but they give a lot more info than most of the other devs who are even doing like open development, early access stuff. But yeah, they don't show every single thing. Transparent means you show it all. Give it all. Show us all the goods. I guess we could tell them that they need to change what they say to translucent. Translucent development. What do I think would be the best gaming PC setup? I don't know. Like the specs for one? I probably don't even know the names of the components that would go into that computer. Not half, 2/3. I missed what that was. He wrote about it on the forum, talked about it in a video, and was warned. Who's that? A German guy that asked the devs for current information on the topic? Huh. Oh, you talking about... No, I don't know who you're talking about. CIG is a private company. You don't even get dollar by dollar reports in public companies, and people have entire careers reading public reports. Sounds like a very boring job. Illegal farming would be an interesting feature to maybe make farming worth. Well, that's the cool part about like a sandbox game, right? If there are griefers who are making farming really, really hard, then if you're the person who figures out how to farm and defend yourself from the griefers, you'd make a ton of money, right? Like the economy would shape to help you a little more. No, I get you, Astro. I was just saying I think that's where they come from when they say that stuff. Isn't there a whole ship dedicated to farming? Yeah, the Endeavor. It's dedicated to a few different things. They do farming. It's got some, yeah, so it's got like a farming dome. It's got like a hangar dome or something like that. Can't really see that over there. Right here. Let's see, it's got... Yeah, you can get multiple domes on it, and they sell them as like modules, kind of, so you can do multiple things on the ship. That's like the most OP ship in the game. And that's gonna be so... Oh, it's a star jump. That's so far away. Like, that ship's so far away. We'll probably get that ship after Earth. Not actually, though. That's a lie. What happened to death actually mattering? Death of a spaceman? That's still a thing. That's not going anywhere. 100% back the game. Trust me, I've spent way more money than I should have. Astro, I don't see anything wrong with being critical of the game, man. I get where you're coming from. Like, it's not 100% transparent. And it probably never will be. In fact, it'll only continue to get less and less transparent as we go on. I think the transparency is only beneficial for so long. I think once the game is far along enough that people aren't obsessing over every detail, you're better off entertaining them with the game than with the development of it. Except for with us nerds who like the development, please keep giving us info. Monthly reports, please. So close to hit that 5K mark. 5K, where at? 5K million? 5,000 million? UEs? You do have permadeath and you're cloned back at a hospital when you die. Yeah, permadeath's still a thing. If your clothes were 5% transparent, you'd still say they were transparent. Like a dirty window. Cameral got banned from Spectrum for making a vid on hex codes that are not released yet. Ooh. Why did he make a video on the codes not being released? How did he get them? Were they like leaks or something? Actually, there are leaks all the time. Do people get banned from Spectrum for that stuff? Get out of here, YouTube spam bots. I need to catch up with chat here. I've fallen behind so far. There we go. $5,000 in spending on the game. Oh, gotcha. Oh boy. We will not have the Monday report today. Like this week in Star Citizen? I don't know. Did they not put one out? Yeah, they put one out. Let's see. Tuesday, subscriber comm link for June, lore post. Wednesday, public roadmap update with the public roundup. Thursday, inside Star Citizen, a primer for Ninetales. Maybe we'll get some good lore information here. God, I hope they give us some news on Reputation when they talk about this. Then Friday, Star Citizen Live. We don't know what it's about yet. Thank you so much, Jake. Thanks for the support and the report. We appreciate you. Because they have announced that they will be able to use hex codes to customize our paints. He was just going off on CIG for still not having released custom paint hex options, which I get. I mean, you know, that'd be nice, but I honestly don't expect them for a while. I think he kept posting the same video over and over. This was like last year, and the devs clarified they're still doing hex codes. I saw what he was doing last year. Sounds like Grumpy Eye's talking about something pretty recent and said they're selling paints for $5 to $20. Yeah, they're expensive too. He didn't post it. He was being hyperbolic for saying they didn't do it yet. Right, is that what you're talking about from the thing last year that was going down? I didn't know he got banned from that. I thought he just got to they got some drama going on. Yeah, the hex code thing is not a good look. Not a great look. The whole skins thing. So here's what I thought. Right? A few years ago, I figured if they're going to stop selling ships at some point, but they want us to have paints and they want ships to be customizable, then what they would probably do is, and I think this is the hex codes thing, they would have us buy skins as in the designs, but then let us change basic colors and then maybe have other colors that you could pay for. But that's not how, I mean, I think that's how it's planned to go, and that's what you're talking about. They just haven't done the switch over on that yet. Last year, okay. Oh, it was just a week ban. I thought it was a perma ban. That would have been a big oof if it was permanent. But yeah, that is, I mean, he shouldn't get banned, but I also get it. Like, I get that it gets really annoying. It's kind of like the whole idea of when a company is, like, let's say you have a service provider for internet, and the internet was constantly bad and you wanted it fixed. You can't get the ear of the person who can actually fix the problem, right? So you have to try and make the person who answers to that person annoyed enough that they go to the person and complain to them. And I feel like the problem with that is that managers, middle management and stuff, and like people who would actually answer to that stuff don't want to hear it from their employees. So you just keep, the employee themselves keeps getting the feedback and being like, I can't do that, I can't change that, that's not my decision, and get pissed. I understand how that starts to get really annoying for devs. Banning people is not the way to take care of it. Probably just better messaging and helping people understand what's going on with it would be much better, and probably not even lead to Cam making that video. But at the same time, I get if it's annoying. Be good with a couple bucks for paints by numbers template, as long as you don't always have to buy the colors to use with them. Yeah, there needs to be some kind of a hybrid model like that. Geez, you have a large freaking fleet, Astro. The ban wasn't for the video, it was for the comments. Okay. The thing is, he just posted a video and got banned. I mean, it doesn't matter, but next ban for him would be a year ban. He wasn't hyperbolic or insulting. Yeah, I don't know exactly what he said. But I'm guessing, it sounds like it would make sense if it was more for the comments than the videos, but Spectrum's not a place that I hang out. I don't go to Spectrum. It's not worth it. It's like, if they don't want their official forums to be a place where people who play the game come to hang out and talk about the game, that's going to be on them. And that's going to really suck in the future when this game takes off. Because people are going to go to Reddit, they're going to go to Discord, they're going to come to these streams to talk instead of those websites. And the website will always just be a terrible place. They got to fix that if they want it to be healthy. But they're not doing a good job. Internet's back, Skippy. You're going to come with me to Turkey. Is that better internet than Florida? How did it get so understanding and wise? Oh my gosh. Admiral, I'm not understanding and wise. Honestly, I have a very short Okay, I don't have a very short temper. I've gotten a lot better at it. I just do a good job of bubbling it up and like just kind of shoving it off to that side. I did do sales engineering as a black man in rural Florida, so that taught me a lot how to hear things that were incredibly stupid and nonsensical and learn how to continue the conversation. So that probably helped a lot. But and then before that I did some management in Abercrombie. But no, I think it's mostly just talking to people a lot. If he's a regular Spectrum enjoyer, the comments were almost definitely rude and uncalled for. He said Morbius was good, and so he got banned. I haven't seen the movie, but I've heard the memes. And I also heard that they tried to relaunch Morbius or something because, like, it was because they thought, like, people were having fun with it, and then they relaunched it and it flopped again. Like, no, don't do that. Don't do that, Sony. Space Frames, thanks for the super chat. The thing about Spectrum is that sometimes it gets really difficult to make critiques. Overall, it's very unhealthy for the mind. Yeah. The discourse is not as good there as other places. Don't let people's words move your emotions. That's easier said than done. I'll tell you what. Making YouTube videos and like getting YouTube comments, especially as the videos are starting to get bigger, has been a hell of a learning experience for me. I was not very good with criticism before. Like, I would take criticism, but I wouldn't respond well to it. It would like annoy me or make me mad or, you know, knee-jerky. Just as a young adult, I just didn't take it well. And over time doing this, it's been kind of a struggle, but mainly just like an interesting journey in learning how to not let that stuff matter at all. I still don't have thick skin. I'm getting there. It's a journey though. It's like, I don't think people talk about it enough, how weird interactions on YouTube go. Love your channel, but hate your channel name. Just like, dude, everything you do is so great, but why the f are you a tomato? Get out of here. Stop making videos. You're pointless. No, not rural Georgia, rural Florida. It was, yeah. I've done rural Georgia before. Rural Florida was a new experience. Oh my gosh. I won't get too deep into it, but it was something else. If anybody wants to know, ping me on the real life channel in the Discord and I'll tell you all about it. Top of the line PC you built to play Star Citizen and the game keeps crashing. You can get no help to find the problem and fix the coding. I'm at the point I'm going to sell ships. What are your specs, Sean? Are you installed on a hard drive by any chance? Learning to take criticism with class is a very hard skill to learn. I think as a kid I didn't receive enough criticism. This is we're getting real deep now, getting into childhood stuff. But no, I think getting a healthy balance of criticism and praise as a kid really helps with how you handle it as an adult. There is a difference between constructive criticism and bashing someone too. That's fair, Grumpy. And some of the problem too is like, you'll get constructive criticism right next to somebody bashing you, and they just get mixed up because you start seeing red, you know? Your head is round. You got hair on your head, scrub. Yeah, don't let it matter. Things can only affect you if you allow them. The worst thing is there will always be someone putting you down. Making the distinction between taking something that somebody says and they don't know how to say it well. Like, they have a really good thing to say about your video, right? Let's say they're like, hey man, I can't hear your voice for you speak way too fast and I'm so sick of it, right? Like, that's not the way to tell someone that they're talking too fast. Just say like, hey, can you slow down a bit so I can hear you? But it's still something that you can act on, and it's super hard to like dive to the point of criticism sometimes like that. But a lot of it comes that way. You're thick. Thick like a carrot. How old am I now? I am turning 30 this year. I don't read all the comments, Dirty Thunderbird. Thunderblade. I used to read all the comments. Now there's a bit too many for me to get through. I usually read comments until one of them annoys me, and then I take a break. Your worst enemies are your best critics. I mean, if you can compartmentalize what they're saying to you and like really think about it for yourself, absolutely, it can be helpful. Yeah, I'm a youngin'. I'm a little-in. I'm scared to turn 30 though. Oh god, I feel like I can't call myself a young adult anymore. Let's see. Did our person with the problem... Did you post your specs? Sean Thornton. I don't know if I saw a reply. You have a reclaimer and other ships, one being a Mustang, an exploration ship, and 3 combat. No, what are your specs for your computer? Like, what are you running on? I just want to make sure that you have like the basics so that we can say it's not your computer, it might be something else with the game. Because it shouldn't be crashing like that. You just hit the 30 best before date. It's rough. Woo! No more excuses for being in your 20s. You're 47, Thunderblade. You guys want to see something interesting? Check this out. I'll show you some... We're all here, right? This is like no longer a monthly report. This is just a Just Chatting stream now. So this is my podcast page. Anybody who's not listening, you totally should. It's great. We just released an episode with morphologists. But look at where we go. Look at the demographics here of age. It really skews older. We have as many people that are 60 plus as are 17 minus. That's a weird term. Less than 17. Younger than 17? Listening to this podcast about a video game. Like... This game skews older, and it's really interesting to see. The highest area is 35 to 44-year-olds, and 18 to 22 is actually pretty small. Yeah, it's a pretty general trend with Star Citizen. I see it a bit on YouTube as well. Same goes for 97% dudes. Yes, boys. We like space. What can we say? But yeah, it's an older game. Don't have the patience or the computer for Star Citizen, right? I'm 61 and hoping to get to see this go full release. So do I. I think you're going to see some amazing stuff, Trey. Honestly, I think you're at the best time because you can just like slide into a retirement with Star Citizen if you wanted to. Well, if it works out for you. 30s. Wait till you're 40. Don't tell me to wait till I'm 40. I don't want to be 40. Nah, I want to be 40. 40 is a cool age. I envy 40-year-olds. Sometimes. Star Citizen brought us in at younger age. Yeah, that's true. A lot of the people who are in that age weren't that age when they started. It's kind of like how like all of the people who love Halo are all adults. And all the other games that start like way back then. Yeah, it's an expensive game though. We gotta fund the Chris Roberts house and a boat. Listen, guys, I'm freaking loving this stream. I really am. But I actually do need to... Oh. Excuse me, that was puberty. What'd I say? Almost 30? Still have those voice cracks. Cracks. Voice cracks, Jesus. As you can see, I've been streaming long enough, I can barely talk. But I do have to get to work. I got a video to make. We got the monthly report to put out. And I got a couple other things to take care of. So I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna send you all on a raid though. This has been a fantastic review. Honestly, this has been one of my favorite streams. Conversation to the best. I want to start doing these more often. We do it the first Monday of every month, but I like these kind of just talking about the game. Which age would go for forever? Which age? Probably 30. I mean, I don't know what 30 or 40 feels like, but I imagine I'll be more physically fit at 30. You could say I have to poop. Yeah, guys, I gotta poop. So, no more streams. In fact, I'm just gonna cancel them for the rest of the week. All right, let me find somebody that we can raid real quick. I also need to find regular people to raid on YouTube, because you can do that on YouTube now too. Who's online? Oh, we got the nudes on. Talk to Detox a little bit. It's been a little while since I raided him. Why don't we send you all on to Detox TV? He's probably doing some good old gameplay, so you get to avoid some of this nonsense talkie for the whole stream and get to see the game actually be played. Appreciate you all being here, though. I keep punching my hand. That's because I really do appreciate you. Have a bunch of fun over with Detox. Have a good time. When am I coming on later tonight? Be around 6 p.m. PST if I do. I wouldn't be streaming, though. I'll be on Discord. But if I don't, I'll catch y'all on Wednesday. Guys, thanks so much for being here, everybody. Thanks for the support and for just hanging around and talking. Y'all are amazing. I hope you have a wonderful week, and I'll see you on Wednesday. Thank you.